Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to this meeting of Cambridgeshire County Council. I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council, particularly those watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. As you are all aware by now, the Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded or photographed. Please, can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all make our way downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the meeting. As you will have no doubt realised by now, I am in the last throes of man flu, so my patience is stretched. Let's see how much more it can be stretched. It's a challenge. So, I have received apologies from Councillors Connor, Fuller, Costello, Bird, Billington and Smith, and Councillors Bowden and Howell may be late. Councillor Howell has a gas leak. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 10th of December 2024. The Council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you raise your hand now? Thank you. An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I will not be reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside of this meeting. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd just like to refer to the 17th of October, my motion, and just make 2 points. I have been worried, as you know, that this would be kicked down the road, and I'm rather surprised that if you read the page concerned, you'll see there's reference to a 1-star system and a 2-star system. I don't know that any members of this council know exactly what that means, and I would very much like officers to ensure that members are advised of how this system works, what it is and what it does, because I think it's very important, and it just confuses me, and I just see it as another kick down the road. Just for members' information, on Saturday, last Saturday, there was yet another serious head-on accident on this road, on the A1421, on the bit that we're very concerned about. I don't know the state of the passengers, only that they have been medically treated, and I don't know how serious it is, and I obviously wish them well. But nevertheless, this is just another accident, and that road is an accident waiting to happen, and it does happen. And I really ask officers to pay urgent attention to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt, and I'm sure we all share your concerns in relation to the accident and wish the passengers and drivers well. On the basis that we do not wish you to be confused, an officer will be in touch with you very shortly with an explanation of the 1-star system that you've raised. Councillor Goldsack, you are next.
Thank you, Chairman. I draw the attention to 254E, 2 parts. The Chief Executive has written. Thank you very much for doing so. Executive Director of Place and Sustainability, updated on the 3rd of February. A meeting between the Executive Director of Place and Sustainability is being arranged with the National Union for Farmers to discuss the support needed. So 2 months after the motion was logged, there's an update to say it's going to be done. That is the definition of kicking it down the road. I would like that completed ASAP, please.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Your comments, I'm sure, will have been noted by the Chief Executive. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. It's on the same action log that Councillor Hunt referenced, and it's all very well and good him having a personal explanation, but these action logs should be for all of us and for members of the public as well. Could we ensure that the action log is actually updated next time with something that we can actually understand, and so too can members of the public? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Count, I'm sure that will be what happens. Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Councillor Count's covered my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Anybody else? No, in that case, we move on. I have a few announcements to make today. It is with deep regret that I report the recent death of Paula Hubbard. Paula was a school crossing patrol officer in Finland. The Council's thoughts are with her family, friends and colleagues at this very sad time, and I would like to ask Council to stand in memory of Paula. Thank you, colleagues. As Chair of Council, I attended the following events: Huntingdon Civic Carol Service, the High Sheriff of Cambridge's Business Conference, Holocaust Memorial Day flag raising at New Shire Hall, Progress Pride flag raising at New Shire Hall, and a very lovely visit to Orchard Park Community Primary School. I attended 8 citizenship ceremonies and my Vice Chair attended 2 at New Shire Hall, welcoming over 300 new citizens. My Vice Chair attended a visit to Huntingdon Commemoration Hall and Holocaust Memorial Day in Peterborough. That concludes my announcements for today. The next item is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. May I have any declarations now, please? There being none, we move on to item 4, which is public question time. This allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. The council has received notice of 3 questions, the contents of which have been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. I'd first like to invite Mrs. Sarah Nicholas from Cambridge Past, Present and Future to come forward and ask her question. Good morning, Mrs. Nicholas. You're very welcome. When you're ready and all set and comfortable, if you would like to press the speaker on your console, and you will have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, councillors. Cambridge Past, Present and Future have persistently asked the GCP to properly compare the traffic models, costs and environmental impacts of the busways being built through the countryside against in-highway bus priority schemes. Waterbeach to Cambridge is no exception. When the option of bus lanes adjacent to the A10 was considered, the poor performing section was on the approach to the A14 roundabout. This is because of the delays caused by the traffic lights at the roundabout and queuing traffic. The centre and northern sections perform much better for bus lanes because there are no junctions or roundabouts on this section that would require a bus stop. It was the poor performance of the southern section which led to the bus lane option being discarded in favour of a road through the countryside. However, following changes to the scheme, the preferred alignment now goes to Milton Park and Ride next to the A10, after which the buses would travel west along Butt Lane, thus avoiding the A14 roundabout. An alternative is therefore to have an in-highway bus lane along the A10 to the Park and Ride and thereafter follow the route as set out by the GCP. This would avoid irreversible harm to 2 miles of countryside. And yesterday I sent members a map showing the 2 routes. We are confident in arguing these points to the inspector at a public inquiry. We urge you not to repeat the mistakes of the C2C and the CSETS busway applications without proper assessment and understanding of the alternatives. Therefore, before you decide whether to proceed with the building of a £110 million road through open countryside, I ask you to defer your decision and request officers to undertake a reassessment of the bus lane option along the A10 to Butt Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nicholas. What brilliant timekeeping. Councillor Moschini, you are to respond. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for coming. I appreciate that you are here, perhaps instead of James, who I appreciate is still unwell. Do pass him my best wishes. And thank you for your continued engagement with the scheme. We have had many conversations on this issue. As you know, it is the FT requirement that we should undertake a full assessment of on-road solutions before we decide whether something should go off-road, and this has been done. The work that has been done and is detailed in the environmental assessment and other documents that are alongside the submission that would be made today if the vote goes a particular way. Bus lane options to the north of Butt Lane would not meet the project objectives, and these are to deliver more reliable public transport journey times and to provide additional sustainable transport capacity to support not the traffic that is there now, but the economic and housing growth along the corridor. There are
Councillor Moschini,
Yeah.
can I ask you to move your console
sorry,
closer
is
to
it?
you, because there are members who are having difficulty hearing
Sorry.
your golden words.
I'll sit
Or you can
down.
sit down.
I'll sit down, that's fine.
Thank you.
So there are junctions and a signalled pedestrian crossing along the A10, all of which would need upgrading and most likely signalising alongside any widening on the A10. This would add congestion on the A10 and it would add unreliability to the bus journey times. There are also significant pinch points that would create difficulty with regards to building, impacting properties and cost. So we have looked at the online options for the A10 and they have been considered very appropriately, but unfortunately they're not suitable for the scheme as it currently stands.
Mrs. Nicholas, you have the option to ask with a supplementary question. You have a minute.
Thank you. A very short supplementary question. So the evidence that we've been directed to that this option has been reviewed is the options appraisal report and the outline business case. The options appraisal report is dated September 2020, yet it was not until after the 2023 consultation that a decision to route the busway along Butt Lane was made. The options appraisal report does not assess a hybrid route of bus lane and busway. Will the application documents include an updated options appraisal report? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moschini?
I will check whether there will be any update to the documents. The physical constraints do not change as to whether it's 2020 or 2023. The A10 hasn't changed. And therefore, even if the appraisal were to be updated, I sincerely doubt that the results would be any different. But we will write to you with that answer.
Mrs. Nicholas, thank you very much for coming along this morning, and please do give our best wishes to your colleague. The next question is from Land Beach Parish Council. As a representative of the Parish Council is unable to attend this meeting, a written response will be sent to the Parish Council and included in the minutes of this meeting. I'd now like to invite Miss Anna Gaisley to come forward and to ask her question. Ms. Gaisley, you're very welcome. Please take a moment to make yourself comfortable, and when you're ready, if you press the speaker on your console, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, councillors, I wish to highlight several significant developments since you originally resolved on the 21st of March 2023 to submit the Camborne to Cambridge Transport Works Act order. You are being asked to confirm that decision today, but in the nearly 2 years since, much has changed. Irrespective of final routing into Cambridge, East West Rail will include a station at Camborne, undermining the very justification for C2C. Meanwhile, existing transport services could be improved now through targeted enhancements to bus provision at far lower cost and environmental impact. The county announced a £32 million budget shortfall for 2025-6, yet remains fiscally responsible for likely funding gaps, both in the build and annual maintenance of C2C. The planned Madingley Hill service reservoir expansion, crucial to addressing water scarcity in the county, directly conflicts with the proposed route. A tree preservation order is now in place, and Coton Orchard has been designated a county wildlife site since you last voted. The engineering plans submitted as part of the Transport Works Act order show a highly constrained entry to Grange Road, raising concerns over whether buses can even make the turn. Operators such as Stagecoach have not confirmed they will run the service, and Andy Campbell says there's no easy onward route from this point. The Secretary of State has received over 300 expert objections spanning multiple disciplines and political affiliations, while petitioners now exceed 23,000. My question, in light of these unresolved issues and the considerable changes since 2023, can councillors be fully confident that the application submitted on the 12th of November 2024 remains wholly consistent with the one originally approved? Given the evolving financial, environmental and strategic landscape, would it truly be in the county's best interest to confirm a resolution that locks the council into a course of action that may no longer be necessarily financially responsible or even operationally viable? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Moschini, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Anna, for coming. There's a lot there. I only have 2 minutes. I'm going to do a bit of rattling through. Number one, the application is consistent with what was voted for. This would be a contravention of DFT guidance, and therefore it would make the application invalid if that was not the case. On East West Rail, they have multiple times, in this debate we had it last time, they have confirmed that the proposals complement, they do not contradict, they complement Camborne to Cambridge. And it is important to remember that East West Rail has just completed a non-statutory consultation, which will inform a future statutory consultations at a point to be determined. As such, the scheme remains unfunded and unconsented, and construction and opening are many years into the future. Also, when it is built, it does not serve Bourne Airfield or Cambridge West, which are the 2 key development sites that Camborne to Cambridge was conceived to serve. We do have a very restrained budget, as indeed will become very clear later. But it is very important to remind ourselves that the Camborne to Cambridge busway is fully funded from the Greater Cambridge City deal, and this sits entirely outside of the County Council's operational budget. There has been no overspend on previous projects, despite the fact that many people seem to want to make some up. And there will be no overspend on this one, and if there was, it would sit with the city deal. The project team will continue to work with Anglian Water to ensure there is no conflict with the reservoir currently being planned, and the Camborne to Cambridge scheme will be planned in accordance with that. We have undertaken a full environmental assessment which has assessed the impact of the scheme. The surviving portion of the orchard has recently been designated as a county wildlife site, and more recently South Cambridgeshire District Council has indicated that they intend to protect the surviving original trees with a TPO. This does not impact the assessment that has been undertaken. It will impact the assessment that the Secretary of State decides to undertake. The existing busway stands as a lesson.
Thank you, Councillor Moschini. You might have an opportunity to expand further. Ms Gaisley, you have another minute if you have any supplementary question.
Councillors, today you are being asked to vote on 3 GCP busways, committing the county to underwriting £500 million. So let's be absolutely clear. I am asking about C2C, the £200 million scheme that cuts through Coton Orchard and Madingley Hill Farms, only to grind to a halt at Grange Road. My question again, after 2 years and all that has changed since you signed off on the draft order, do you still believe the scheme is justified and remains in the best interest of your constituents? This is where responsibility lies. Kicking the can down the road to a public inquiry won't change the facts. It simply dumps the fight onto charities and communities, while the decision-making power you were elected to exercise is handed over to Westminster. Meanwhile, the cost still falls on the residents of this county, not just today, but for generations to come. I have no need for Councillor Moschini to respond. The vote will make clear where each councillor stands, and I trust it will be properly recorded.
Councillor Moschini.
Thank you. I am sure to most of that the answer is yes. To go back to the point of cost, As I was about to say when my time runs out, sorry about that, the existing Huntington busway stands as a lesson as to how profitably these services can be run. It has an annual patronage of 2.5 million journeys. It's a lot of people. It will be run profitably, as indeed these busways tend to do, and it will create a lot of opportunities for people that currently have none. Thank you.
Ms. Gaisley, thank you very much for coming along this morning. Have a safe journey home. Thank you very much for asking your questions. We move on to item number 5, which is petitions. This allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions were received, so we move on to the next item. But before I do so, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand and you will be added to the list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation, you will need to raise your hand. Do not press any buttons. Raising a point of order means the member believes that there's been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law, so I will require the member to indicate the rule of law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, I will make the final decision. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will make the final decision. I would also like to remind members that if any member rises on either of these points, any other member currently speaking should shut up until the point has been determined. All speeches from members must be addressed through the chair, and I would like to take this opportunity to remind you all of the LGA's Debate Not Hate campaign, which states debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy. Abuse and intimidation is not acceptable. So we move on now to item number 6. This is the Greater Cambridge Busways Transport and Works Act order and confirmatory decisions. Can I ask the Deputy Leader of the Council and the Council's representative on the Greater Cambridge Partnership Executive Board, Councillor Moschini, to move that the recommendations set out on pages 20 to 24 of the report be adopted, and ask the Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee, Councillor Beckett, to second. Councillor Moschini.
Chair, thank you very much. I move the recommendations and I will speak when you invite me to. Is that now? Excellent. In which case, and if it makes me more audible, I'll stay seated if that's okay. I'll pull it towards me. There we go. Is that good? Excellent. So we have a large paper comprising many items in front of us today. I will start off with the main item, which is what the first recommendations relate to. We are talking about the busways from Waterbeach to Cambridge. As we all know, the A10 suffers from significant congestion during peak times, particularly at the Cambridge end. According to Viva City sensor data on the A10 south of Milton Park and Ryde, there was an average of 26,500 vehicle movements monthly from January to October 2024. Planned developments such as the new town of Waterbeach and the North East Cambridge expansion will place considerable additional pressure on the roads if sustainable improvements aren't delivered. The new town of Waterbeach is planned to deliver 11,000 new homes, and the first phase will deliver 6,500 new homes, which is currently under construction with a growing community constantly expanding as more homes are constructed and sold. The 2018 Ely to Cambridge A10 transport study identified that existing congestion problems experienced on the A10 will increase without suitable mitigation. 7,000 people work at over 170 companies on Cambridge Science Park, and there are around 26 companies and approximately 550 employees working on Cambridge Research Park on the A10. That is also set to grow. The business case followed the Department for Transport's requirements, as they always do. We've had 3 public consultations and 1 public engagement period on the Waterbeach scheme, and feedback has helped us identify the preferred option. In 2024, we undertook a consultation with a focus on the potential environmental impact to inform the environmental impact assessment, and a decision was made on the final route alignment. So that's Waterbeach. We are also being asked, in line with the Transport and Works Act of 1992, to acknowledge and confirm and ratify the 2 applications that were submitted to the DFT for previous busways following votes of this council. Now, I have some inkling that those busways will form a substantive part of the debate we're about to have, so I'll make a couple of points clear. Those submissions have been made to the Secretary of State. They are not, despite what some pressure groups would have us believe, different from the applications we voted to submit in March 23 and October 24, respectively. That would be not in compliance with the Act. Things have happened in the meantime, of course, but the Secretary of State is expected to hold 2 national planning inquiries which will address all relevant circumstances and representations from everyone who has views on each scheme. Subject to a similar confirmatory vote, this will also happen to the Waterbeach busway once the application is submitted. To withdraw submitted applications now would not enable any further investigation or reflection. It would simply kill the schemes, as opponents doubtlessly wish, leaving thousands of people unable to commute to places of education, work or leisure unless by private car. I therefore recommend all members vote in favour of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moschini. Councillor Beckett, you are seconding this. Do you wish to speak now, or do you wish to reserve your right to speak?
I'll reserve my right for now, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Atkins, I understand you wish to propose an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you're all aware that although the GCP busways have the potential to bring significant benefits to communities, businesses and universities across Cambridgeshire, they have also attracted significant local and national opposition because of the chosen routes. The route of the C2C busway through the historic Coton Orchard and of the C-set busway on the lower slopes of the famous Gog-Magog Hills significantly increase the environmental and financial cost of these schemes and their impact on the character of nearby communities. Now, in both cases, alternative alignments involving on-road bus lanes have been proposed by local charities and parish councils to reduce this damage. The GCP has looked at versions of these alternatives and concluded that because of the level of current and future traffic on these major roads, the alternatives would not bring the same level of benefits nor sufficient support for satellite communities, and therefore the off-road routes have remained. Now, these conclusions have not been accepted by local residents, as indeed you have heard today. They believe, as I understand, that refinements and improvements to the alternative alignments have not been properly considered and have doubts in the methodology for assessing journey times and the current level of congestion. In this chamber, we have previously considered, and unfortunately refused, a request to re-examine the pros and cons for the on-road and off-road routes for the C2C busway, which sought to address one element of local concerns. In my amendment today, I seek to tackle a major element of doubt and disagreement in these schemes, namely an accurate picture of the current congestion on key roads, such as the A1303 and A1307, and a sense of how this might change in the future, which is ultimately the justification for the off-road alignments of these 2 busways. Whilst the GCP have, of course, previously considered this in their submissions, I am particularly mindful of the rapid change in people's working patterns and resultant traffic over the last few years, in addition to the very reasonable doubt and scepticism that local residents, with their regular experience of these roads, bring to the matter. By doing the work I've proposed, the Council will help to bring a level of common understanding of the facts to this debate, something which has been lacking up to this point. Whilst there may be some minor resource implications for the work, set against the vast cost of the schemes as a whole and the level of distrust which pervades these issues, I argue this is a prudent and worthwhile use of the Council's resources without adding additional delay to the process. As a councillor, I represent communities which are divided on the C2C busway in particular. Some residents have written to me requesting that I vote against the recommendations concerning it, the effect of which would be to, at best, delay the public inquiry. There are, however, other residents in my villages and beyond that would benefit greatly from either an off or on-road scheme being operational sooner rather than later. It's also clear that the UK government expects us in Cambridgeshire to build an extraordinary number of new houses in a very short space of time, for which improved public transport is required imminently if local politicians and their residents are to retain control of the planning system and, fundamentally, where those houses are built. For these reasons, I believe that further delays to the public inquiry, which will arbitrate between the competing claims and route options, are not in the interests of my residents nor the county more widely. But at the same time, this is an opportune moment to stress test the key line of argument in this issue so as to inform those public inquiries and our own subsequent decision-making, and ensure that the most appropriate and effective versions of these schemes are ultimately delivered. Through this amendment, we can ensure that residents get answers to their questions without causing additional delay to the scheme, and I hope you can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. I understand, Councillor Gilsat, that you wish to second this amendment. Do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, we are now going to debate the amendment as proposed by Councillor Atkins. Who would like to speak first? Welcome, Councillor Howell. I hope your gas is satisfactorily resolved. Well, I don't have anybody. Oh, Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Very simply, I support this amendment because information can never be a bad thing, and this is seeking for information to supplement the woefully short or out-of-date information in the actual application. It's been mentioned that we've tried before to get the on-road route fully analysed, and despite our best efforts through amendments, that hasn't happened. And this is probably as close as we can get to actually getting some up-to-date information. I refer, of course, to what is a vitally different situation now, and that is the confirmation of the East West Rail project. Now, whilst we have assurances from Councillor Machini that this is complementary, I fear that it's not complementary. I think it will undermine the case. And when we look at the actual amount of congestion that will be predicted in that area, it will be reduced by the fact that East West Rail will go ahead, whereas the original application worked on the assumption that as it wasn't confirmed, it wouldn't be there. So therefore, this new information will come out and it will change the nature of the amount of vehicles that will be relieved by the C2C. Now, the C2C requires money to be supplied by the government because obviously the Section 106 at some 37 million is woefully short with the GCP money of ever actually making this happen. So when this new information comes out and says actually the congestion isn't quite as high as we predicted, the BCR will lower. And there will be the GCP presenting to Angela Rayner and her cohort, the lady from accounts, shall we say, we want a lot of money to deliver this around here, and they will be presented with an alternative of a much cheaper on-road option. At that point in time, Miss Reeves will be thinking to herself, I'm just paying billions of pounds for an East-West Rail that actually delivers something there. Do I really need to give this much more money for a secondary scheme that actually supplies the same area? And I do think that she may be conflicted. And I hope this information will help her in that decision to actually go back and check what is really meant by an on-road route at that point in time or earlier. Now, that is a decision for her. I think this information will assist in that. What does worry me about the amendment, Councillor Atkins, it was written in perfectly good will, but you haven't got a time limit on it.
Through the chair, Councillor Count, please.
To the chair, to Councillor Michael Atkins, what concerns me, Councillor Michael Atkins, is it does not encounter a time limit. And by not having a time limit, what you will find is what we find with many of our motions, which is why we introduced the action log, and you heard today about things being kicked into the long grass. The information you want may arrive too late as it moves from one committee to another. So thank you, Chair. I will support it, but I do hope that this joint administration takes it seriously and delivers this information in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Through the chair means that you don't address other members.
Thanks. My apologies, Chair. There was nothing derogatory in there, so I thought
it's fine. It's just as a reminder. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Fantastic to hear an outbreak of common sense from Councillor Atkins, and I will, of course, be supporting his amendment. I just think I'd like to remind members opposite that it's okay to change your mind. You know, when new facts come forward or better arguments are made, you don't have to doggedly stick to what you've always said. And it's just common sense to make that change. It doesn't mean that you have to stand for a minute's silence in memory of the Rainbow Alliance. It just means some common sense has broken out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. I have nobody else who's wished to speak, indicated to speak. So, Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. When I saw the amendment come through from Councillor Atkins, I read it with real interest, and the reason being that I cast your mind back. Some of you would have been on district council planning meetings. The district council planning meetings, you are encouraged, if not mandated, to go and have a look at a site to help you make up your mind. and help you gather all the facts. And I can honestly say in my time in planning situations, my mind has often been changed or dictated to by having seen the site and actually understood what was going on locally. Well, that's exactly the case here. I went out to Coton and I went out to Camborne and I followed as much as the line that I could to understand that route in particular, as I have done the Waterbeach, as I have done the Gogs, and I know the areas pretty well. And what you heard from Ms. Gaisley when she spoke very well in the public gallery for put in her questions, we're basically asking for a stop, pause, think, and put the residents first. And I think that's exactly what this amendment from the local member does. It puts the residents first. So I'm asking that everybody present to think about this. We've heard from Councillor Count, and I have to agree that, in my opinion, the East West Rail undermines the case for this. And this amendment gives all involved a chance to genuinely think again. If we put the residents first, it gives no questions or facts that cannot be argued with. And I think that's what's done. The situation has changed dramatically in the last 2 years, and I think this amendment goes a long way towards addressing that. I haven't got any more to say because I think Councillor Atkins put everything extremely well, and I think needs to be listened to and adhered to, and quite frankly, voted for, and therefore I'm happy to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment's fine. There is no problem with it. I will only correct one point that has been made from the opposition. The assurance that the scheme is complementary to East West Rail does not come from me, it comes from them. This is what East West Rail does. East West Rail does not serve the same places that this scheme serves, and therefore there is absolutely no contradiction between them. It will not undermine it. If you have this opinion, you're welcome to it, but it's not based in fact. And therefore, it would be quite good if it wasn't mentioned anymore, but I'm afraid that's probably not going to happen. I'll leave the rest for the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moschini. Now, there seems to be general consensus, words I wasn't expecting to say today, in support of the amendment. If anyone disagrees, please raise your hand. That being the case, I see no objections. We will take the amendment as carried. So we are now on to the amended motion, and you will be aware that the Transport and Works Act is seeking an order under the terms of the Act. Section 239 of the Local Government Act applies, which requires a majority of the whole number of the members of the authority at a meeting of the authority. Therefore, in order for the motion to be carried, 31 members will need to vote in favour. I also intend to split the vote into two. The first vote will be for sections recommendations A, B, and F, which is the amendment, and the second part will be for recommendations C, D, and E. So who'd like to open the debate? Councillor Count. Always to the rescue, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I hate to see you staring off into vacant space looking for somebody else. As you say, rescuing you. Yeah, so I'm just going to cover Waterbeach first, and then I'll go on to C2C and CSET. So Waterbeach, I really think that the speakers are right. You know, see, Cambridge past, present, future, their representatives. You know, the en route line again has not been assessed correctly. What's happened is there's been various assessments put out into the public domain, and then somebody has said, look, we can do a better job of this. Here's a proposal, have a good look at this. And you know, the GCP through its representatives, the Labour and Liberal representatives, have said, no, we don't want to look at this anymore. We're going to stop right now. And so they've knocked that to one side. But unlike the other two, the C2C and the CSET, I don't choose to support the Waterbeach option of an en route option. And that is very simply because I fully support the dualling of the A10. I think that would make it more difficult to dual the A10. We've got to have a new junction at the A10, A14, and the amount of traffic that comes down the A10, it's not all destined for Cambridge. Cambridge is a lovely place, but not everybody wants to go there every day. People do want to go to other places. And actually trying to think that the Waterbeach will actually, and the Park and Ride will solve all the issues of the A10, it won't. We need to dual the A10. We need to get real about those people that are accessing the A14. And unfortunately, that means that I'm going to support what may be in its own right a more expensive option to actually have this Waterbeach line. But in terms of the C2C and the CSET, I stick with the earlier thoughts that we should have really considered the later proposal that came from the CPPF on the online route options. And I don't believe that they've ever been considered fully. And we keep getting reassurances they are. Various options were considered, but not these. And that's important. And there's been significant changes since the earlier ones. We've already talked about the Camborne railway station. And to say that it's complementary because East West Rail tells us so, I'm sorry, East West Rail are bidding for money from the government, so are C2C. So it is in their interests to say it's complementary. It is very naive to take these things at face value and simply repeat them as if they're a matter of fact written in stone. I'm going to refer to as well the TPOs in the orchard and the destruction of the orchard. That's really important. But one thing I really could take exception to is being told that we haven't overspent and we won't. Well, last time we was here, we said that this will finish at over £200 million, all right? And we were laughed at. Oh, no, we've done all our sums. We were laughed at. The prediction was £157 million. To be exact, Chair, the prediction was 157,841,000. And you are right, it's not gone over 200 million. It's now 192,284,900 is the current estimate on the published papers. So how anybody can sit here, Chair, and say that you've not overspent? Of course you haven't overspent. You just lifted the target figure by £50 million. That's not overspending. Well, I'm not sure what my public would think about that. So I think that is just one of a number of misleading responses that when it gets to public inquiry will come out in the fullness of time as not being wholly as accurate as we would have liked. For that reason, I will not support the C2C current options. I will not support the CSET current option. My apologies to those in favour of the Waterbeach online option. Because I want the A10 dual, I will be supporting the Waterbeach one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the local member for Waterbeach Division, and so I have watched the inception of this Waterbeach to Cambridge busway over the duration of its thought process and legal process. It has been extremely contentious. There has been a lot of consideration of the aspects of putting a road over countryside and fields. There's been a lot of consideration of the possible routes it might take, and there's been a lot of consideration locally about the drainage issues which are around it. But the GCP have amended the route in response to the consultation responses, and the route now is preferable to what it was before. And the point is, it is needed.
Councillor Bradnam, I'm sorry, members can't hear you, so perhaps either sit down or hold your console. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It is needed. The dualling of the A10, as Councillor Counts suggests, thank you, will not resolve the problem of congestion at the Milton interchange, because the congestion at the Milton interchange is caused by the number of cars travelling towards Cambridge. Yes, some of them go on towards the M11 and places south, but that will not change the dynamics of the Milton interchange. And the only thing that will resolve that is fewer cars actually on the A10. So we desperately need to encourage people by providing a good quality, reliable, frequent bus route into Cambridge that people can easily pick up and use that to travel into Cambridge rather than taking their cars into Cambridge. So it's needed, this busway, so that there is an alternative for residents from the north and from Waterbeach Newtown, which of course is developing fast, for them to get to Cambridge and join the M11, and so that they do not have to take their cars on the A10. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Councillor Dr. van der Ven.
Thank you. I'd just like to make 2 points of principle, and one of them is about the residents that we are here to represent and whose interests we are here to support. There's a quiet voice, and that is of young people who are in school today, some of them in secondary school. I've seen in my rural communities young people who become age 16 and have no transport to education, training, or jobs. Those are an enormously important factor for us to keep in mind, and that will become an increasingly important thing as our population grows and more affordable housing is further out. The second point is what makes a good transport scheme. I think complementary is absolutely critical. The best transport options are where there are many different options. The train is often less beneficial for people with mobility difficulties. The bus is important. It's the variety of options which encourages people to use them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have nobody else who has indicated they wish to speak. So, Councillor du Preez. Anybody else? Or before I close, right, they're all coming out now. Councillor Haythorne, who else waved their hand? Okay, Councillor du Preez.
Thank you, Chair. We're being asked to apply for an order for the Waterbeach to Cambridge busway and reconfirm our earlier decisions in respect of orders for 2 other busways, Cambourne to Cambridge and Cambridge South East, from the Cambridge Biomedical Campus to a new travel hub near the A11. We need now to provide new communities with transport options to encourage people out of their cars and prevent further congestion of Cambridge's road networks. And we need to provide options for forthcoming developments where that is a condition of local plans, without which those plans will fail, with a field day for the developers. We already know that there will be public inquiries at which these schemes will be robustly examined. Meanwhile, as far as Cambourne is concerned, there is no absolute certainty that East West Rail will happen or provide services to this growing town. Indeed, there is a view in some quarters that the section from Tempsford east towards Cambridge should be rerouted away from Cambourne altogether, leaving residents with nothing. I believe Cambridge and its ever-extending travel-to-work hinterland has been badly let down by complex, overlapping and often unaccountable governance structures imposed on it by successive Conservatives at every level. The City deal, the combined authority, on-again, off-again, East-West Rail, millions of pounds wasted by a Conservative mayor on an overblown Cam Metro, rightly torn up by his Labour successor, but with nothing to replace it. They failed to do what is needed to bring together the many competing transport proposals whirling around Cambridge into a single coherent vision for the long term to which everyone can sign up. We are now at a point where the urgency of immediate provision of transport solutions for growing communities and centres of employment is hurtling into the vacuum in long-term planning for effective mass transit for the families and jobs of the very long future. For now, the proposals in front of us make provision for the public transport that growing communities like Waterbeach and Cambourne urgently need. It makes no sense to argue that dualling the A10 will stop congestion at the Milton interchange. That is patently absurd, and encouraging thousands more cars onto the A10 is not an answer to anything. Future communities like places like Bourne Airfield absolutely depend on robust public transport solutions for the future, as do the local plans of which they are part, as which I've already said. And finally, I cannot conclude without remarking that every time the party opposite shows its absolutely rampant sexism, it is not an advert for them or for their cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor du Preez. Councillor Hathorn.
Thank you. So I am also a local member for the Waterbeach busway, which travels through Impington. I have worked with Councillor Bradnam with the GCP to finesse the details, and we will continue to interrogate the design of the Waterbeach busway, because it is really important that details work for local people who want to use it. But I am fully in support of this scheme. I already have a busway in my division, the St Ives busway, and it is so effective. It is pouring people into the city of Cambridge from Huntingdon, from St Ives, from Swavesey, from Northstowe, from Longstanton, from Oakington, from Histon and Impington. It is really effective. Every day it is taking hundreds, if not thousands of cars off the road, people who want to avoid the miles of tailbacks on the A14. It is a really effective mode of transport. All the busways are going to deliver in this way, and so I will be supporting the busway projects today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slatter. Councillor Count, did you have a point of order?
Point of order on something I said earlier on in the debate. I can only imagine that the comment from Councillor Lorna Dupre was about my reference to Rachel from accounts as being sexist. Let me be...
Chair, I don't think that this is either a point of order or a point of personal explanation.
I'll make that decision. Okay, Councillor Dupre, thank you for your intervention. Councillor Count, would you like to continue? I think this is a point of personal explanation.
Yes, it is, yeah. Thank you, Chair. If that was what was meant, then I don't care whether it's Robert from accounts or Rachel from accounts. Somebody that lies on their CV should be pointed out in places such as this. We are all.
I think you've made your point, Councillor Count. I'm not sure that it actually was either a point of order or explanation, but in any event, I think that in order to avoid awkward situations like this, perhaps we could be a bit more circumspect in our language. Councillor Slatter.
Sorry, Chair, I wasn't indicating to speak. I was pointing at Councillor Hathorn having her hand up.
Which is good news. I mean, it's lovely to hear from you, Councillor Slatter, obviously.
Experience living in the busway you've heard before.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few points on this. Earlier on, Councillor Maschini mentioned a vote against this will kill the scheme and will not allow further examination of alternatives. But if something's wrong, then you need to look at it first or in my opinion, it's wrong. Obviously, others may disagree. Then you don't just plough on with it. I do have sympathy for the on-road Waterbeach application, but I do share with colleagues the concerns over the effect on the A10 dual-lane. And I'm not sure we're looking at the whole solution in isolation. I know there was referral just now to unaccountable government, I think it was. One of my concerns about the whole thing here is that this has come via the GCP, and obviously I presume through you that the mechanisms are that it comes direct to full council. I certainly would have welcomed some sort of this coming to Transport Committee, Highways and Transport, to us to have looked at it in more detail, but we're obviously in a situation where we either support it or we don't. And then, so I've got concerns about Waterbeach, and I'm not sure which way I will go on that. In terms of CSET and C2C, I think, I've mentioned before, I just think they're massively expensive. I don't think they've been demonstrated that they actually solve the issue that they're trying to solve. As the public speaker mentioned, the C2C route, yes, goes off-road, but it then ends up at Grange Road. Where's all that traffic going to go? Which is partly similar to, through you, the comment made by Councillor Bradnam, which I understand that if you dual the A10, you could end up with a bottleneck at Milton Junction. So yeah, those need to be looked at in much more detail, which I would hope when that scheme comes forward it will be. But I'm totally opposed to the CSET and C2C. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to address the point about the sexism. Now, I guess it was because of the...
Councillor Hoy, I don't think that we need to address that. The point has been made. It's been refuted by Councillor Count, and I think I've drawn the line under it now.
Okay.
If you would be so kind.
I will try to be kind, but I've already written it now, so I'd appreciate if you could indulge me. It's only 3 lines. I'll be very fast. No one was making fun because she's a woman. It's because she made out as if she was
Okay, no, Councillor Hoy, I don't think that's appropriate, but thank you anyway.
Okay, well, I've got more to say than that. It is actually not just about that.
Okay, well, skip that and
Okay,
get to the point.
okay, so should I mention about the point where a member of the Lib Dems was sexist, said women don't drive cars and was
No.
called out?
Thank you, Councillor
Okay,
Hoy.
right, so then I'll move to the point about cars then, because obviously our freedom of speech is being curtailed as usual. So my point I was going to make about the cars, so it was something that one of the councillors made about young people and not having transport. So one idea I've had, and you know, everyone says like, if you could wish for anything, what would it be? And it's actually a little bit of a socialist idea I've got, because what I would do, kind of, if I could have anything, my wish would be that young people would have driving lessons as part of the national curriculum, and we would give every young person a car. Now, I know that might sound a ludicrous idea, but given the money that we spend on these public transport schemes that often don't actually achieve anything, I think we would actually find out the costs would be relatively similar. And so I always wonder, like, you know, I'm not some massive brain box that has thought of something that no one else could have thought of. So why is it that I'm thinking this and no one else is? And I think Councillor Dupre had it in something she said when she mentioned about, you know, we don't want cars. She didn't say it once, she said it 3 times. We do not want cars on the road. And that is the simple truth. There seems to be, and there has been for a while, this massive drive to stop people, to get people out of their cars and to stop people driving. And the only reason I can think of is it is to curtail people's freedom. It can't be about climate change, because if it was about climate change, you wouldn't be cutting down hundreds and hundreds of trees in a very, very old orchard. Please just make it make sense.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Nobody else has indicated. Councillor Beckett, you reserved your right to speak as the seconder for the original motion. Your moment has now arrived. Please try not to wind anybody up.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's my time to shine, and I will try and keep it on topic for you. So today we have the opportunity to take another step in building a modern, reliable and sustainable public transport system for Greater Cambridge. The Waterbeach to Cambridge busway...
I'm sorry, Councillor Beckett. Either hold your console up or sit down. Apparently, we are all struck by deafness today.
Maybe we can get some new mics at some point. The Waterbeach to Cambridge busway is a vital piece of infrastructure that will ease congestion, reduce pollution, and improve the daily lives of thousands of people. So let's begin with what we already know. Guided busways work, and they are popular. Since the opening of the Cambridge and St Ives guided busway in 2011, it has exceeded all expectations. What started as an ambitious project has grown into the busiest corridor in the region, carrying over 4 million passengers a year. It provides a fast, reliable alternative to sitting in traffic, with services that run frequently and efficiently. The fact that we currently have issues with overfull buses just shows how popular it is. The success of these schemes tells us something important. When we invest in high-quality public transport, people use it. And when they do, the benefits ripple out. Fewer cars on the road, cleaner air, and more efficient journeys for everyone across the county. There's another piece of progress to recognise. Just last week, the Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough announced the move to a franchised bus system. This is the biggest reform of our public transport network in 40 years. Under franchising, we, the people of Cambridgeshire, will have control over the routes, fares, services and quality. No longer will we be at the mercy of private operators cutting routes that communities depend on. Instead, we can design a network that works for everyone. The decision comes at exactly the right time because it means the Waterbeach to Cambridge busway will be part of a properly planned and integrated system, one that links new homes, jobs and services in a way that is reliable and affordable. With this project, the Greater Cambridge Partnership is now delivering 3 busways from Waterbeach, Cambourne and the South East. They will transform capacity across our public transport network. Now, I know some people would like rail instead of busways, and myself, I'm favourable to rail, but these will work. They will ensure that new and existing communities have a genuine alternative to car travel, connecting people to jobs, education and healthcare without adding pressure to our already congested road network. And that brings me to the core of why we must support this scheme, reducing congestion and pollution. By investing in high-quality, dedicated public transport, we are providing people with a real alternative to driving. Fewer cars mean less pollution, fewer carbon emissions, and healthier environments for all of us. This isn't just about transport, it's about creating a greener, cleaner, and more livable Greater Cambridge.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. And finally, Councillor Moschini.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will just raise a couple of points that have not been answered yet in the debate. I'll do so quickly as I can. I'm grateful to Councillor Count for reminding us that about a third was added onto everybody's, not just the GCPs, but everybody's construction costs miraculously and overnight at some point in October 22. I do wonder why, but that's what happened. On East West Rail, we have made the point. Unfortunately, you know, if you live in Camborne and you wish to travel to either Bourne or West Cambridge, under East West Rail, you just take a train all the way down to Cambridge South and then take the bus back. Very convenient. So absolutely interesting there, the point. Did we or did we not consider en route options for CSET and C2C and indeed Waterbeach to Cambridge? Yes, we did. There's options appraisals for each busway. You can repeat that as long as you want. It's still inaccurate. I am very grateful to Councillor Bratton for mentioning the response to the dualling of the A10 point. I will not repeat what she said. How many times were we told last time when we approved both CSET and C2C that you should, how irresponsible is it to go for an option that's expensive when there's something cheaper on the table? You heard Councillor Count today. I prefer an option that's more expensive just because I prefer it. I'll leave that one there. And finally, there's a teeny tiny point on Grange Road. Yes, it will take the busway buses for the same reason that it takes the HGVs that currently go down there. And there's already a bus going down Grange Road. There is no problem there. Don't invent one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moschini. I will now take an electronic vote on the motion. Councillor Count, a point of order or point of personal explanation?
On recommendation CDE, I have a request that it's a recorded vote.
I'm getting to that. Thank you. I'll now take an electronic vote on the motion in two parts. The first vote will be for recommendations A, B, and F. Councillor Count, would you like a recorded vote for this part of the vote? Thank you. Mrs. Rowe, would you like to please start the vote?
Members in favour of A, B and F, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 49 votes in favour, 3 against and 1 abstention. The recommendations A, B and F are therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. I'm now going to take an electronic vote on the recommendations C, D and E, which can be found on page 24 of your agenda. Councillor Count, would you like a recorded vote for this item? Do you have 14 colleagues who would support that? Thank you very much. Mrs. Rowe, would you please start the vote?
Members in favour of recommendations C, D and E, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 35 votes in favour, 18 votes against and no abstentions. Recommendations C, D and E are therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes that item. We move on to item number 7, which is the 2025-30 Business Plan and Budget. This was discussed by Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee on the 28th of January 2025. Before I ask the Chair of the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee to move the recommendations, can I remind members that an addendum to this report, which contains a change to recommendation C, was circulated to all members on the 6th of February and published on the Council's website. I'd now like to invite the Chair of the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee, Councillor Netzinger, to move the recommendations as set out in the report on the Council agenda. Councillor Netzinger.
I move those recommendations. Do you want me to speak now or after they've been seconded?
I think if you'd like to move the business plan as per the...
So moved. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am accepting from you that you are moving the business plan as contained within agenda item number 7, including the recommendations as set out in the report and the addendum containing a change to recommendation C. Splendid.
Thank you.
Councillor Moschini, I'm inviting you now to second the motion and either speak now or reserve your opportunity.
I second the motion and I will reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am now inviting the leaders of the Liberal Democrat, Labour, Independent and Conservative groups or their nominees to make their opening statements on the business plan. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering whether I'm short enough for this to actually work for me. We'll see. So this is the last budget that will be presented by this joint administration. As we head towards elections in May. And as I look at what we're proposing and also back at what we have achieved as a joint administration team, I feel a certain sense of satisfaction, along with a continuing serious concern over the state of local government finances, not only in this council, but across the whole of England. These budget proposals continue to reflect the key priorities for this joint administration. And I want to express my deep thanks to the officers of the council, and to the chairs and vice chairs of committees who have all put in many, many hours of work, hours and days of painstaking work during the autumn and winter in order to pull together a balanced budget. This budget not only keeps the council's finances within an acceptable level of risk, and that in the current circumstances is in itself no small task, but it also reflects key areas where the joint administration wanted to see continuing investment. And I want to give special thanks to Michael and Tom and the finance team, and also to Martin and Bryony in the children and young people's team for the extraordinary amount of work that they have put into bringing forward these proposals. And it has been a particularly tough year for them. The key investment in this budget, reflecting the key priority of our residents as well as the joint administration, is the continuing major investment in our highways. The resident survey over the summer continued to reflect major concerns from all people across Cambridgeshire about the dire situation for our highways, our cycleways and pavements, following a decade of underfunding from Conservative governments. But while the investment in highways is by far the biggest spend outside our statutory duties, there are many other investments which I am also proud that we are able to bring forward through this budget. I am really proud that we continue our commitment to paying the real living wage. This commitment has been criticised by the opposition, although today they have not bothered to draw up an alternative budget of their own, a matter I will speak about later. The commitment to pay those who carry out crucial work in the care sector and in other fields a decent wage has proved a good investment in the long term for this council, meaning our care providers are more secure and our reliance on expensive emergency agency care lower than in many neighbouring authorities. I'm also really proud that we are investing in our own care homes for the most high needs children, ensuring that they will be able to be cared for safely closer to home, and meaning the council will have more control over the spiralling costs in children's social care. And we are able to make investments like these, looking to the longer term future for our residents and for better services and better infrastructure across Cambridgeshire because of the prudent decision making from the joint administration over the past 3.5 years. These have been really tough decisions, many really difficult decisions over those 3 years, and we are still dealing with a legacy of a vast range of poor decision making and unrealistic income plans from the previous administration. The situation facing local government across the whole of England remains dire, with ever larger numbers of councils having to ask for special dispensation from central government to increase council tax by more than the 4.99% permitted for upper tier councils. I know well that 4.99% in this budget will be really tough for many households in Cambridgeshire. We know that the cost of living crisis continues for many, and I will continue to lobby central government for fairer funding for Cambridgeshire at every opportunity. Cambridgeshire is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. We are proud of the contribution made by our beautiful county, both nationally and internationally. But we are also aware in this chamber that growth puts great strain on our public services, our roads, our schools, our GPs, our hospitals, and we will continue to press central government for recognition of this in their settlements, both to local government and to the wider public sector, the police, fire and health services. So to joint administration colleagues and officers, thank you for your support and please continue to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moschini, would you like to make your statement on behalf of the Labour Group?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will do so now. As usual, I will structure this in sort of three levels. We'll start by talking about the situation nationally and how that affects Cambridgeshire. We do live in a slightly strange, slightly dispiriting climate of political cynicism, and it doesn't help that there's a flu epidemic to go with it. It makes a lot of people very, very grumpy, and they've got good reason to be grumpy. However, we have just had, a few months ago, the very first Labour budget, which is not something I was entirely sure I would ever say, but there we go. £30 million extra public spending this year and £40 million in tax rises, with the majority of those polled agreeing that these are necessary. We have kick-started growth, and we're doing our bit of that in Cambridgeshire, as the recently concluded debate shows. We have spades in the ground, and we can start to reverse the last 14 years of stagnation and decay. We did know we would have tough choices in local government when this government came in. These haven't gone away yet. But we're starting to see things to make us think positively. £5 billion new funding has been announced in the latest local government settlement, over and above council tax rises. £2 billion in grant allocation to councils, £1.1 billion from the new extended producer responsibility package, £500 million in pothole funding, and £233 million for homelessness. These were just the highlights that I decided to highlight. No core spending power reduction for any local authority in England for the first time since the last Labour government left office. And a new recovery grant worth £600 million that has been announced. This does not go quite as far as the funding reform that we have all been campaigning for since the revenue support grant was discontinued. But it was announced by Angela Rayner as the first meaningful step and an interim measure before a full update on the funding system, which is expected for 26-27. Now, in Cambridgeshire, we do have an upcoming local government reform, which is sucking a lot of attention from the public debate, but our challenges and our mandate to provide services for residents, irrespective of the tough environment, remain. We have a 35.1 million budget shortfall caused by increase in demand for our services. This is now a very common refrain. We continue to be funded in excess of 80% by council tax, and the council tax increase of 4.99%, as is in the papers in front of you today, remains a difficult decision for us to make. But a majority of respondents to our budget survey have agreed with us that this is necessary to support the services that more and more people increasingly rely on. The £20 million additional spending power generated by the tax increases will be spent on a number of extremely important priorities for us. Continuing the record level of investment in the county's highways and cycleways that we started when we came into power, ensuring that adult care services can continue to support and protect vulnerable adults by investing over £30 million to meet rising demand and costs and supporting our workforce, almost 8.8 billion in capital expenditure to build schools, care and community facilities, libraries and infrastructure to enable our ambitious net zero target. 2.5 million for the holiday school vouchers and sustaining home to school transport, by a further 4.7 million in additional funding to help meet rising demands and costs. This is all stuff that we should all be extremely proud of, and I look forward to the debate.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just talk briefly about some of the things going on nationally, and on behalf of the independent group, and as I chair the Communities Committee, I'll just touch on some of the things happening there. Some of the things I'm particularly pleased with is that we're able to do more and continue the Household Support Fund. Obviously, the government took the decision to continue that as the previous government had. We got very close to thinking that we weren't going to be able to continue all that good work, but on many occasions central government, as they do at the last minute, agreed to do that, which is excellent. So in terms of what is happening in the Communities Committee generally, £2.2 million being put into the Anti-Poverty Strategy and Action Plan. That's confirmed in the last budget and retained in this one. We're putting £1.3 million to improve our library service. Again, that we retained in the current budget. One disappointing note is that the domestic abuse grant, which was received via the Office of Police and Crime Commissioner, that's ending. We're expecting that this would continue, but that actually sadly ended, and there'll be a restructure at that organisation, and the grant sadly is being removed. Capital investment linked to the services of this committee are also referenced in your budget papers. So, for example, we're replacing an essential camera at our archives. There'll be Section 106 of investment in libraries. We're replacing the ageing self-service machines in some of the libraries and putting £350,000 towards replacing the oldest of the 3 mobile libraries. Our quality of life survey showed that for the second year running, residents in Cambridgeshire still report significant concern around the current cost of living crisis. 87% of our residents are concerned, but I'm pleased to note that for the second year running, satisfaction across our registration and library service remains high, 85% of residents reporting satisfaction. So the Communities Committee has a crucial role in supporting the Council across all its ambitions, working in a way that is closer to our communities. We've just undertaken some successful pilots. I can speak particularly about one in my own area, where we helped people who are struggling to pay their arrears for council tax. We helped them to get jobs and training that they needed to try and get themselves out of that situation. In 2024, Council collaborated with partners to create an independent poverty strategy commission. Councillor Bulat, who's the vice chair, I think will speak about that later on as we go through this debate. So I'm pleased with the work that we've done generally as a council, as Councillor Moschini and Councillor Netzinger have said. We've ended some of the lack of investment, underinvestment that we've seen in previous years. A lot of tough issues ahead, but I've no doubt that we will continue to work together to try and find those solutions, Chair. I'll probably say something later on in the debate, but that's my contribution for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by thanking all of the officers involved in the budget, both on direct behalf of the administration and also on those that supported me and my group individually, Stephen Howarth and Joe Lacey. It is a difficult thing to get the information together to get to this point. Yeah, I really appreciate all the work that's gone in from the officers, particularly in having to struggle to deal with this joint administration and the lack of indecision going forwards. And I must say I was amazed by the 3 introductory speeches about how proud they were about their record of achievements, because I found them incredibly dull, as if they was almost choking on the words they was trying to get out that were written in front of them, because they had no belief in actually what they were saying. So hopefully you'll pick up from me I do actually believe what I'm saying and actually have some enthusiasm for the words I put out in front of me. I want to speak first of all about why we've not put forward a budget amendment. The reason is very simple. To put forward a budget amendment today with this budget in front of us somehow makes it feel as if we could fix it, we could tinker around the edges, we could make this right. We can't. It's incredibly broken. I mean, it is just so bad, it's beyond repair. It's like trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. It's like a child handling a broken toy and looking up at its parents and saying, fix this, please, fix this. Well, you can't fix it. We can't tinker at the edges. We've done so for years and we've been proved right repeatedly, but now you've gone beyond the pale. For example, last year, when you had your SEND and your home transport provision come in at the last minute with no background detail whatsoever, we put in a non-financial amendment and we said, you've got no plans here. Take them to the committee before you start spending the money or delivering those cuts. And you said, no, we don't need to. Don't want to do that. Voted us down. You said you were right and we were wrong. But here we are at the end of a year, £34 million of savings you promised the public you could deliver without cuts to services. £16 million off the mark. 16. 16 million. That's how bad it was. And yet, if you'd have done those things, which are really high cost items, we might have been able to add some finesse to that and say where they were going wrong. We said last year that your staffing budget was wrong. You said, no, you're wrong. We said that the HSF fund is coming from government. We can use that. You said, no, you're wrong. We said about the overspend that was coming forward. You said, you cannot use that. We've got to put it in general reserves. And yet this year, Michael Hudson has actually used £3 million of that, as we suggested last year. In fact, you keep saying, you're right, we're wrong. And a year later, you keep trying to put right what we pointed out. Your cuts to mental health budget 2 years ago, the winter gritting cuts, the weed policy, all of them come back a year later after we point them out and you say, actually, you weren't right, but we're still going to reverse all our earlier decisions. And not only has this joint administration failed to deliver on its savings plans for next year, Councillor Howard at the SRMP committee said, I don't want anybody to suggest that we will not achieve our savings for next year. And I had to point out that the Section 151 officer has already put £4 million into reserves for non-delivery of savings, because that's where we are. There is another £15.1 million of taxpayers' money being put into reserves because you don't think you're going to be able to collect your debt. That's not a budget of planning. That's a budget of defeat before you even start. But it doesn't matter, because you can always put tax up by 4.9 or whatever the maximum is, because that's actually tax to the max as a policy. Not only is it on the revenue, but on the capital side, the failure to deliver the energy schemes on time, the failure to deliver capital receipts such as Shire Hall, Mill Road Library, these repeated failures add up to more than £20 million. They'll actually come up a lot more than that when they finally get over there. These repeated failures always fall on the taxpayer. What we have in front of us is the culmination of indecision, prevarication, and ineffectiveness. I cannot support this. I cannot put an amendment forward that kind of tinkers at the edges and say we can make this right. So you'll hear later on some of our amendments from our individual members for a different reason. But no, this is broken. And please, to the electorate in May, let the adults take the charge again.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Your time is up. Now, before we start the main debate, I propose to take amendments at this stage. There are 11, which were circulated to members on the 10th of February and published on the website. So can I please start by inviting Councillor Goldsack to move his amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. So my amendment is very simple. We have an allocation of £8.1 million of pothole money, and I am proposing that we spend £6 million of that on peat damaged roads. It's reported that we have approximately 1,000 miles of peat soil-based roads in this county. It's been suggested to officers that we need to spend well over 300 million to effect full repairs across that network. I propose this 6 million to put into this works project. This will mean that 16% only of our peat damaged roads would gain the attention they need. But that 16% of the most dangerous roads that we have in the county would be made safe. They would be targeted, just a short 50 miles of road addressed, not surface fixed. This could include roads like the Ramsey 40-foot, Prickwillow to Island, the 16-foot, etc. We could be made safer for our residents. Roads that run alongside open ditches and streams into which drivers lose their lives every year. The first duty of elected membership of any council is to do the best we can to look after the safety of our residents. In allocating this government windfall to peat soil road improvements, you can reach a good percentage of residents that rely on these roads for work, family and onward travel. The peat soil build-based roads, it's difficult to say, I apologise, sometimes need to go 3 to 4 metres down to correct for every metre linear that they go forward. There is £8.1 million of government money is there for potholes and passed through the CPCA to fully address the issues caused by the poor build, drought, poor weather and poor needs, sustained focus and funds. This is simply a great chance to add funds to the issue and impact many of the county residents. I conclude with the following thought. It took me just over 2 years to effect good repairs to the classified dangerous roads by constant emails and lobbying the Highways and Transport leadership and officers. A Highways and Transport leader member did come out eventually as they were being concluded. Once we managed to secure acceptance that the roads were dangerous, that day the LHO interim installed traffic lights to ease the worry of cars and motorbikes landing in ditches adjacent to the roads in question. This is how bad the roads were. With an ever-increasing inbox and many correspondence about peat soil damaged roads, I'm sure the leadership and lead officers would welcome the ability to reach further than they've managed thus far. Peat soil damaged roads are plenty across Cambridgeshire, the unique landscape. Through my amendment, I recommend that we take the chance to address these further. Therefore, I move the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colsack. You are being seconded by Councillor Count. Councillor Count, would you like to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Reserve the right, please, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So the debate on the amendment is now open. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I'm surprised by this amendment. Normally, at this stage of our annual budget meeting, we receive and debate a budget amendment from the party in opposition in which they tell us how they would do things better. A different level of council tax may be more spent on services, perhaps, less or even none on others. Last month, the Leader of the Opposition berated the administration for not including in the residents' budget survey a question about whether they would prefer a zero council tax increase. I, for one, assumed that we would therefore be receiving a Conservative budget amendment proposing a zero council tax increase. If not, why make all the fuss? But that's not in this amendment. There's no zero council tax increase proposal from the opposition today. Indeed, there's no proposal to...
Councillor Count.
Well, surely you know, Chair. Speak to the amendment, not the one that you hoped was coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Dupre, Councillor Count has a reasonable point.
Thank you. That's a novelty. Indeed, there's no proposal to change the administration's proposed level of council tax or anything else at all other than these amendments. We will now have the treat of having 11 separate proposals presented to us, including this one. Between them, they propose to cut spending on potholes, one of the most frequent complaints from our residents.
Chair. I think she is on message now, Councillor Count.
It doesn't seem to be.
I think we've come back to the core of the amendment.
The first part of this amendment is to cut the spending on potholes. And having proposed to cut the spending on potholes...
Chair.
Councillor Count?
Yeah, that's just incorrect. That's not the pothole line, is it? It's the pothole is being sent to Highways and Transport to spend on other things. That's simply incorrect.
Thank you for that intervention. Councillor Dupre, continue.
We have the amendment in front of us, but the proposal is to use a staggering £36 million out of the coming year's grant from the Combined Authority in total, if you take all the 11 amendments together, including this one, which is quite a feat when that grant is only 8.146 million. So then 11 councillors, each with their own favourite proposal for their own manner, ignoring the process established just 2 months ago for allocating that grant, are instead fighting like rats in a sack over how to spend the money they've made up in their own area. It shows their total lack of seriousness about the role they've been elected to fulfil. So this First Amendment is to ring-fence 6 million out of 8 million for a supposedly new scheme to maintain roads on the peat soil damaged roads list. Not all of them are.
Point of order, Chair. Point of personal explanation, please. Right. I did not say that this was a new scheme. I said that this should go towards the peat damaged road maintenance and upkeep.
Okay.
Chair, the word new is in the amendment. So this First Amendment is to ring-fence 6 million out of 8 million for a supposedly new scheme to maintain roads on the peat soil damaged roads list. Not all of them are peat, by the way. I know, Chair, that in your own division in the southwest of Cambridge, there are similar problems with clay-based roads that have claimed lives, indeed. They are in desperately poor condition thanks to many years of Conservative neglect and underfunding. In fact, there's already provision within the administration's capital budget for this year for soil-affected roads, and a lot of work going on in other places, including a trial at the Combined Authority for methods for dealing with soil-affected roads. And I raised with the Combined Authority the importance of them getting involved in this really significant problem. But if this amendment is passed, 3/4 of the CPCA potholes grant will have been spent and there will be no other money for the other amendments on the table today. The opposition simply can't pass all their own proposals. It's fantasy budgeting by a party that hasn't got a grip or a clue.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. It feels like the opposition has given up on the whole county. Isolated divisions, something for leaflets, perhaps. But our constituents are not confined to single divisions. We need to consider the whole of the county. And as has been pointed out, accounting is obviously not a strong point here either, with the same 8.1 million being spent over and over again, up to a sum of 36 million, hardly a viable budget option. But Chair, the worry for me is that this harks back to a time when highways maintenance could be done for political reasons. Same old, perhaps. This administration has moved prioritization to a system based on data and needs. It is open, transparent, and it is fair. It is a system that was agreed and voted for by the opposition on Highways and Transport Committee. But I thank the member for bringing up Fen roads as well. We take the plight of these roads very seriously. We've been working to innovate and find lasting solutions, something that has never been done before. Along with our extra allocation of 5 million on top of the existing carriageway budget, we have an additional 1.5 million from the CPCA to continue with the work. In-house design, project management, and brilliant apprentices have produced innovations such that we are now national leaders in the field of rebuilding Fen roads. When I started, we were being quoted £7 million per kilometre to repair these roads, and no guarantee that they would even last as long as 5 years. Now we are doing wonders, and at a fraction of the cost, by recycling road materials back into the new road, using innovative binders and layers of mesh to stop the road spreading. We have a much more resilient result. It looks like these roads will last at least twice as long as their more expensive predecessors, and for a fraction of the cost. Chair, if only we had one of those £1 billion projects for dualling roads to spend on this problem. We could fix all of the Fen roads, do the Ely area rail capacity enhancement, Wisbech rail. We could even have another 400 million to spend on reducing train and bus fares for decades. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Black.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to speak only once for all 11 of these amendments because they are all very similar, and you might have suspected, Chair, that there was one controlling mind behind all of them if it were not for the fact that they don't add up. They are all transparently aimed to be the basis of a local press release or leaflet, which no doubt will claim that the council refused to do this or refused to do that, even though we will do many of these things, and for a lot of them you might well say, why not just submit a competent local highway improvement request? Well, I will summarise what the press release should say. The one thing the press should take away from this process is that the Tories are asking to, and I quote, decrease the 2025-26 CPCA grant budget allocation to CC 3.004, open brackets, pothole funding, close brackets, and siphon off the money allocated to potholes and not actually address the problems of potholes and not break the cycle of Tory decline, the years of government underfunding and years of Tory council neglects, and not give Cambridgeshire roads the proper long-term maintenance they need. Well, I've spoken for less than 2 minutes now. I'd be grateful if all the other contributors to these unnecessary debates could do the same. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Yes, indeed. Councillor Hoy.
Yes, thank you. I think the truth is that no one, well, I actually can't speak for everyone here, but I personally don't believe we'll probably see a penny of this pothole funding in Fenland because we haven't. Despite Councillor Shaler saying it's being done fairly and non-politically, I can speak for my division and probably the most of Wisbech, actually. Not trying to take words out of other councils' mouths, but the town is in an appalling state. We had no 18 months ago, we had no LHO officer at all. Then we got one and they didn't respond to emails and then they left. We got one who was absolutely fantastic and sadly is now leaving, and we're back to having no one again. And so our roads are just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And you can see why the public are angry, because once again, they're going to receive a massive council tax bill from this authority and the roads are getting worse. They're just nothing is happening, nothing is changing. And every year we make an argument and we say the roads, and you can, kick up a bit of a fuss and you can go and argue with people and you might get a couple of potholes filled, but it doesn't change anything. And we've already seen from the documents that I noticed there was if you look at the compensation claims that have been put in for potholes since the joint administration took over, they have trebled. The amount of compensation claims have trebled. The roads have got worse under this joint administration, and there's no getting around that. And so whilst you say, well, yes, the wording is to cut the pothole funding, when it gets to my motion, I think it's just because we just don't believe we're going to see any of it anyway. So why don't we actually put the money into an actual tangible project that we can notice and will do some good?
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger, you have the right to sum up. Right. In that case, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Count. You reserved your right to speak to second, didn't you? I do apologise. Now is your moment. I'm looking forward to it, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment, like the rest of the ones today, are because the public need to know that this administration has little intention of behaving in a non-parochial manner. So these are quite often parochial. Oh, you won't be laughing when I finish. Because we need to serve Cambridgeshire residents as a whole. And because you aren't, we put forward this series of amendments. Because without that, the public wouldn't know how hard we fight for our residents. Because at committee, what we discover is that there is, as Councillor Hoy points out, there is a data-driven weighting that actually prevents us from getting our roads fixed. Now, this one's on peat soil damaged roads. So the money coming in, the money that this administration has announced, £40 million investment in highways, the public think is going to start fixing their roads. Out of that, only 11.8 million is going next year on the highways, on actually fixing the highways. So announcements, 40 million, actual reality for next year, 11.8 million on fixing the roads. The rest has gone elsewhere, things like street lighting or veg. But 11.8, from that, £3 million on the peat soil damaged roads, 3 million. It's a £300 million bill, so it'll take you 100 years to get, Chair. Thank you. So the peat soil damaged roads, £3 million, that'll take you 100 years to repair them. And these roads are not only a vital network that get residents from A to B, but in many cases are dangerous, undrivable, and require urgent attention. And if this amendment fails, as we're certain it will, we stand little chance of getting them done because of the scientific data-driven approach that Councillor Beckett and Councillor Shayler are so proud of. So how are damaged roads scored? Well, it took a huge amount of effort behind the scenes to get past what actually went to the Highways and Transport Committee and the weighting to actually understand the scoring, because the scores weren't actually in the paperwork. So trying to get behind them. So think about this in terms of you've got a similar road, maybe at Cambridge City or in an urban area. You get extra points if it's to do with a major destination. That's urban, not rural. Extra points if active travel. We don't have many of them in the carriageway out in the fens. Urban, not rural. Extra points for public transport. Wouldn't we love some of that in the fens? Urban, not rural. A resilient network. That is basically the roads we need, which is doubling up on the major destinations. 2 points for urban, not rural. Near important facilities, old age people's homes, children's homes. You don't find many of them out in the middle of nowhere. Near commercial units where there's a concentration of them. Urban, near urban centres, not rural. There are elements of the weighting that you say, well, hold on a second. If it costs more to do, we can do more with the lower cost options. So for a major road repair, which tends to be the peat soil damaged roads, they get less weighting because you can do more of a light repair. But then you reverse that with junctions and say, actually, there's a lot of junctions, urban, not rural. We're going to score that extra points, even though that would cost more to repair. And so it goes on and on and on. There is not a chance of this being a fair, Cambridgeshire-wide system. It is parochial and it benefits largely the residents of Cambridge City. Now, nobody's laughing now because some people are thinking, hold on a second, we didn't realise all this when we voted it through because only half the administration is from Cambridge City and the rest from elsewhere. And they're thinking, surely that councillor Count, he's a Conservative, he must be making all this up. Well, he's not. He's telling you the truth. And that is stunned silence, I hear. So when you can't get your...
Members, please listen to the member in a respectful silence.
And I can identify it through you, Chair. The main people laughing were Cambridge City residents. But if you don't believe me, that's fair enough. But look at your own quality of life survey. Every single area outside of Cambridge City said our roads are appalling. Cambridge City didn't say that. They were much higher up. So why is that? So if you get a series of amendments through today that are spending the money in a different way, it's because your scientific data-driven one is set up against us and you're hiding behind it.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I'm now going. Oh, Councillor Netzinger, did you have anything that you wanted to say? Now it's the right time. Okay, I will now take a vote on the amendment. The Council's constitution requires that voting in relation to the annual budget setting, including motions and amendments, shall be by recorded vote. So can I therefore ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking electronic vote on amendment number 1 of many. Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 17 votes in favour, 35 against and 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We now move on. Councillor Bywater, would you please move your amendment now?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I won't insult your intelligence. You've got the motion there. It's looking for £3 million from the £8.1 million that's supposed to be going to the committee in March. Next year marks 34 years since I was a young Royal Marine Commando in a war-torn town called Zarqo in northern Iraq, a place ravaged by conflict where destruction and suffering were a daily reality. Roads were barely passable, destroyed by conflict, making movement a huge challenge. Yet today, Zarqo has a state-of-the-art highways repair programme, easily accessed through Facebook. Meanwhile, here in Cambridgeshire, where we pay some of the highest taxes in the country, villages like Sawtry and Stilton and many other villages are left navigating crumbling roads that feel more neglected than a war zone. So I ask, who's got the third world roads at the moment? This amendment is about fairness. It's about rebalancing highway spending to ensure that our rural communities who feel abandoned, except when, of course, it's time to collect their taxes, finally get the investment they deserve. I stand in opposition to the proposed maximum council tax increase and cannot support the budget. At a time where residents are already struggling with the rising costs of living, it is unacceptable to ask them to bear additional financial burden, especially when the default response has always seemed to be, let's just increase taxes rather than spend better. Where is the value for money? We see pothole after pothole being patched up only for them to reappear weeks later. We see substandard repairs with no real oversight on quality. This is not good enough. We've already seen the damage caused by the ill-fated no weed spray policy, which was finally reversed, but has left verges and road edges in a shocking state. The lack of maintenance accelerated the road deterioration, and we are now paying the price for this. One area where we must take real responsibility is our rural highways. In villages like Sawtry and Stilton and many others in my ward, the state of our roads has been deteriorating during this administration's four-year leadership. Potholes are not just an inconvenience, they are a serious safety hazard for our residents, including cyclists. How do we encourage people to get out on their bikes if the roads aren't usable? Green End Road in Sawtry has been continuously breaking up. I have already submitted various proposals for resurfacing schemes, but years later I'm still waiting. It's a major route for our village and it should be a priority. White lines at key junctions in various villages are disappearing. Washingley Road Crossroad is a seriously dangerous junction, and this is essential because at night when it's raining you can't see where the junctions are. And let's talk about pedestrian safety. I'm actively, like many of us, exploring through the lottery of the local highways improvement for much needed pedestrian crosses in Sawtry, Pen Lane and Green End Road, or in Stilton High Street. These areas are seeing increasing foot traffic from new developments, and the safety of our residents must be a priority. With 8.1 million allocated to highways, these improvements can be delivered without additional financial strain on residents. It's just a matter on how you choose to spend it. We cannot ignore the reality of rural life. We have very few buses, and despite what the rural administration may think about the motor vehicle, for my residents, cars are not a luxury, they are an absolute necessity. If they are paying more in taxes, they at least deserve some roads fit for purpose, whether that's for the motor vehicle or exercising on their push bikes. This amendment and others is about fairness and real investment in our rural communities. While areas like Zarko in Iraq have modern highway repair programs, villages like Sawtry and Stilton and many others in our county are left crumbling and unsafe and neglected. I urge members to support this amendment and to rebalance highway investment, improve safety and ensure rural communities get the infrastructure they deserve. Please support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. Councillor Gardner, you are marked down to second. Do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right?
I reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me begin by paying tribute actually to Councillor Bywater, who's got a distinguished record of public service, whether in the armed forces, police, and as a local councillor. I think all of us in this chamber have tremendous amount of respect for what he's done. I'm afraid I can't agree with him on this amendment. I get the frustration. We all get frustrated on highways issues, don't we? They're so visible. We see them ourselves. I think almost all of us live in and around our own divisions, and we'll go into town or go to the village on a Saturday and people will collar us about things, even if we don't see them ourselves. What I would point out is it has been extremely difficult to get local highway officers in place. I think Councillor Hoy mentioned that earlier. We're very lucky in Huntingdon. We have a superb local highway officer, but that person will want to progress throughout the organisation. They won't want to stay particularly in that post. So we'll probably be in a situation where we need to find a replacement, and I know what a difference that can make, a positive difference. Councillor Bywater mentioned about lining, I think it was Washingley Road, he mentioned in particular. Well, of course, in Huntingdonshire, civil parking enforcement work has started. I think we're going to be talking about that in the next amendment regarding Fenland, but all the signs and lines are being refreshed and will be over the coming months, and I think we're in a position to go ahead with that in the coming months. I'd also like to point out that a number of areas, not all of them, have a community infrastructure levy. Some of that can be applied for to improve our road network. That is generally through the planning authority, either the city council or the district council. So whilst I have a great deal of sympathy here, and I grew up in the middle of nowhere, I grew up in a village, actually in Councillor Bywater's division, Abbots Rifton. I know how reliant on cars, reliant on vehicles some of our areas are. But I'm afraid I don't think this amendment today is the solution to that. Thank you.
Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start saying, let's call this amendment what it is. It's a blatant attempt to drag us back to the old days of Conservative cronyism. Budgets which were dictated by who shouted the loudest rather than by fairness, transparency, and actual need. 4 years ago, we inherited a highway system on the verge of collapse, not because of bad luck, but because of years of conservative mismanagement. Roads left to rot, maintenance decisions made behind closed doors, and no strategic plan to ensure funding went where it was needed most.
Councillor Count. Do you want to switch your microphone on?
Can we have the Speaker talk to Councillor Bywater's amendment?
I'm inclined to allow Councillor Beckett to continue because I'm sure that he's only going to make this kind of speech the once.
It would be nice if we also told the truth, but that's a different thing. What we have in front of us today isn't a serious budget proposal. It's not even an alternative budget. It's a wish list for 36 million in fantasy spending plucked from thin air when the total available pot for this is 8.1 million. It's clear the Conservatives never expected these amendments to pass. They wanted something for their next leaflet, something for YouTube so they could pretend that they cared. But let's focus on this amendment in particular, the proposal to rip 3 million from the county-wide maintenance fund and funnel it into highways improvements in Sawtry and Silton. First, and before I go any further, through you, Chair, I was shocked to see the name of the person that was seconding this motion. It's a council I have a great deal of respect for, a great deal of respect. Their voice on highways is nearly always sensible, measured in the interests of everyone in the county. Indeed, they were part of the committee that agreed unanimously with the transparent data-led process for prioritising maintenance across the county, of which Councillor Counter's been talking. Yet today, they're standing here trying to bypass that, demanding we abandon fairness in favour of parochial deal-making. I've got to ask, what gives? The hypocrisy in this amendment is staggering. When it suits them, the Conservatives support transparency, but the moment they see a chance to grab funding for their own patch, it appears that principle is out the window. Let's be crystal clear here. Sawtry and Stilton will be considered for improvements just as every other community through the proper process, not because a councillor put a motion at full council, but because the need is assessed fairly using clear criteria. What they're proposing is pushing aside urgent repairs across the county, potentially leading roads in crisis in March, Ely, Huntingdon, Camborne, St Neots and Cambridge to prioritise their pet projects. Where is the fairness in that? In all of these motions, there isn't a single pound spent in Cambridge or South Cambridgeshire. If we start picking and choosing projects based on who can table a motion at the right time, we rip up any sense of fairness and planning. We go back to the old Conservative chaos where maintenance was done based on political favouritism, not actual need. This amendment is a slap in the face to every resident in Cambridgeshire who expects their council to spend money wisely. It is proof that despite all the talk of change, the Conservatives have not learned a single lesson from their failures in office. Let's not forget, there isn't a magic money tree. This is money stolen from pothole repairs across the entire county. Every pound shifted into this Tory pet project is a pothole that won't be filled elsewhere, a road in desperate need of resurfacing that doesn't happen. This is indefensible. It's the very definition of pork barrel politics. It rips up fair, evidence-led approach in favour of patriarchal backroom deal making that got our roads into this mess in the first place. This isn't about fixing roads. If the Conservatives were serious about investing in highways, they would have brought forward a fully costed alternative budget, but they didn't. Instead, they cobbled together 36 million in unfunded promises, knowing full well that the money didn't exist. That's not responsible opposition. That's cynical political theatre designed for headlines and to put in leaflets. I've no doubt that I'll soon see this shortly in the Sawtry scene. Members, today we have a simple choice. Do we stand by a transparent, fair and data-led process that ensures funding is allocated based on need, not political favouritism, one that was agreed across party basis? Or do we abandon all of that and return to the old Conservative ways where the loudest voices and the right postcodes get the money and everyone else is left behind? I know where I stand.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting, isn't it, that in previous years we had a proper budget amendment, but now in election year we have this series of individual amendments in particular divisions. So this is the first in the series of division-specific amendments, and I will speak very briefly and only speak once on this because I don't think anyone is against more white lining, highways resurfacing and LHI projects in Sawtry and Stilton and indeed in any other division. But please let us indulge in a thought experiment. Let's say the Labour group were in opposition, the Conservatives were in charge, and And I came forward putting an amendment saying, let's take out £500,000 from the pothole funding and resurface Newmarket Road in Abbey, which I have to say is probably much worse than many other roads I've seen, including where I live in Huntingdonshire. And I can already hear some of the speeches about being Cambridge-centric, about prioritizing my own division, all that. So is this not the same, what we're seeing here today? How would this look like if we had a series of amendments, if we were in opposition, prioritizing our own divisions and the seats that we currently either hold or want to target? So I'll leave members to reflect on that, on how would it look like in the counterfactual example, and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bulap. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if we can just be a little bit honest about highways and take perhaps a little bit of the politics out of it. The previous Conservative administration did not shower ourselves in glory with highways. I'm not going to pretend we did. You know, the highways were in a pretty poor state when we were in charge, and have got in a worse state since the administration currently has got in charge. And it's because it's difficult. It's difficult because probably hundreds of millions of pounds of work need doing. A huge amount of work needs doing, and that is work that goes back decades and long before many of us were ever on the council. There might be one or two still around, but I'm not one of them. And you know, and nobody's claiming that this is an easy job to fix. But I've just recently done a survey over the whole of Wisbech with colleagues, and the most commonly raised issue is fix the roads. It's the most, and you must all experience the same. Perhaps not Cambridge, I don't know if Councillor Cant's right about that, but pretty much everyone in here must experience this. Our residents are telling us over and over again, what on earth have you done to our roads? Now, regardless of who's in charge after May, a plan's got to be put together. Someone's got to do something about this. You can't just make these party political statements and say, oh, the previous this, the previous that, oh, you're doing it to get on Facebook and that nonsense. This is an actual issue that concerns residents, and every one of us has residents telling us this. And a little bit tinkering here and there, a little bit of extra money from the government is not going to resolve it. This needs a comprehensive plan, which is going to have to involve a comprehensive way to cut funding in other perhaps unnecessary areas to allow additional funding to go to highways. Because this is a key part of our job. Probably the second biggest part of our job is to fix and keep running the highways. And we're not doing it. We are failing. I'm embarrassed to be a county councillor. I know that I'm an opposition member, but we're all together standing here in this council. I can't go to my residents and say, I'm sorry, you know, this is absolute rubbish. What do you want me to do? We've got to do something. I believe that's the point of this and other amendments. Raise the point that you've got to think about it. It might be the same people in charge next time. Obviously, I hope not, but it might be. And I really hope that whoever's in charge comes up with some way of resolving this terrible situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Schumann.
Thank you, Chair. I only intend to speak very briefly, just to say that we've just heard members talk about a comprehensive plan of how you might spend money different and take money from different areas and spend them on highways instead. That's what I thought an alternative budget was, and maybe we should be looking at one of those rather than a series of amendments. Chair, I've find myself in a difficult position of having to vote against what I fundamentally think is sensible suggestions, because we've heard only earlier today in today's meeting, councillors making criticism of the administration for not being open and transparent to the public about public spending. And yet here we find ourselves with a series of amendments which quite honestly don't add up. So as much as I think these are very noble, and I think everybody here would say they're motherhood and apple pie, they're wonderful things to do, unless you do those in the context of an entire budget, you're simply trying to fiddle around the edges and make, as unfortunately has been said many times, political points. Therefore, Chairman, I find myself, I'm sure like many members, having to continually vote against a series of amendments rather than consider a comprehensive alternative budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Schumann. Councillor Gardner, you reserved your right to second, so that moment has arrived.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I fully support this amendment. You've only got to look at the rural roads in both Sawtry and Stilton Division and my own, and they are in an appalling state, particularly one village where the potholes have been so big now, you can almost lose a spike in it. But nobody's done anything about it, even though it's been reported numerous times. Recently, with regard to white lining and yellow lines, but I would just like to point out to you the seriousness of not repairing white lines. In my own division, I was following a HGV home the other night on the B60 and then joining the A14. The white lines have disappeared in its entirety, which the lorry driver didn't obviously see, and they then went on the wrong side of the road. If a car had been coming off the A14, we would have had a serious head-on collision. Those are the sort of things we need to be looking at across the board, whether it's in my division, Councillor Bywater's division, Councillor Lorna Dupre's division, Councillor Beckett's division. They need all to be looked at so we don't have these sort of events occurring. And finally, I would just like to thank Councillor Beckett for his kind words. Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gardner. And finally, Councillor Netzinger. Nope. Okay. I will now take a vote on this amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 17 votes in favour, 34 against and 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. It is now exactly 12:30, so well done, everybody. And I suggest that we convene at 1:10 for the rest of the amendments, and then the budget, and then Constitution and Ethics Committee, and then the Combined Authority. Right, colleagues, if you'd like to make yourselves comfortable, we shall proceed. I understand Councillor Count's been called away on an emergency, so we will struggle on regardless. Councillor Goldsack, you're holding the fort. Right, we have got to the third amendment of, I don't know, several billion now. And it is Councillor French. If you would like to move your amendment, please.
Thank you. I will make this short and brief. To bring the signage and lining up to standards in Finland in order to introduce civil parking enforcement. As many of you know, I have been working on this.
Councillor French, I'm very sorry, but could I ask you to sit down and speak into the microphone because nobody can hear you? Sorry. It's more comfortable that way.
Thank you. I'll start again. To bring signage and lining up to standard in Finland in order to introduce civil parking enforcement. As many of you are aware, I have been working on this since 2019 through Finland and County Council. Unfortunately, it did stop when we had COVID, but we have been picking this up. I took a paper to Cabinet in December 2023 with the cost advised at the time that we needed contractors to repair 294 signing defects and 743 lining defects, and at the cost of just under 600,000. We really want to pick this up. People in Finland, and especially in March, they don't park their cars, they abandon their cars. As you're aware, we have just spent a tremendous amount of money having Broad Street done. Very fortunate to get the money. They park on bus lanes, they park absolutely anywhere they want. We would like to bring this up and have the support of County Council, as many of Highway Committee members know, especially Councillor MacDonald and Shales and Beckett. I have been pushing this for years. So I hope that you will support the arrangements. It is disappointing in the updated Highway and Transport Service update last year. Under civil parking enforcement, Finland has got 1.5 lines. Officers continue to work with Finland District Council on the agency agreement for Finland. Can I ask, please, that you continue discussions and help us to bring civil parking enforcement in? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand Councillor Hoy you will be seconding. Do you want to speak now or to reserve your right to speak at the end? Right. Who would like? Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that Councillor French is aware that and we are sympathetic with Finland District Council's ambition to introduce civil parking enforcement. Nearly all of the country has gone that way, and for good reason. The Cambridgeshire County Council has given 150,000 to help, as we've heard, and I understand that there's also been a grant from the CPCA. I think we should continue to see where we can help each other on this. But clearly, this is not something that could come via this crazy mashup of a set of budget amendments, Chair. But let's hope we can continue on highways to catch up until there comes a time when maintenance will mean maintenance alone. But after years, even decades of neglect, we do still have a way to go. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Huntingdonshire District Council are also in the same predicament. However, we have been proactive and have set a budget, and we are paying for the lines and signs remedial work through our own budget, through HDC budget. This was a project started by our previous administration at HDC, and it's a project that I will continue to enforce, excuse the pun, because it's something, as you have said, Councillor French, that our residents are very much in need of, certainly in Huntingdonshire, and I totally understand Finland are in the same position. It's just that we were able to budget and we are paying for these lines and signs ourselves, and we're hoping to have the application before Parliament very soon to proceed with our civil parking enforcement.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Civil parking enforcement is a long and arduous process, as Councillor French has outlined. And as Councillor Taylor said, we've gone through this in our own part of the county. The work that we did in Huntingdonshire, and Councillor Taylor's being too modest because she's actually played a key role in this. We've got a very good procurement deal, so we were able to reduce our costs quite a lot. And in fact, the refreshing of the signs and lines in Huntingdonshire is taking place at the moment. The difficulties Councillor Taylor also outlined is that you've got to go through Parliament. Department of Transport have got to lay a regulation. Imagine it will only take minutes, but they probably have thousands of those every term. So we've still got to just tidy that bit up, but we're already in anticipation. But I have sympathy for colleagues in Fenland because it is something that we're asked a lot about, isn't it? People get frustrated because the signs are broken, so tickets can't be issued. Police, as we know, don't have the time to dedicate to this. So whilst I can't support the amendment, I wish them the best in progressing this important policy, which I'm sure will benefit a lot of residents.
Thank you, Councillor Sonson. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and my apologies for being late this morning. Unfortunately, I had another meeting I had to attend. I share Councillor French's frustration that here we are 6 years after the first attempt was made with Cambridgeshire County Council by Fenland District Council to get civil parking enforcement, and we're not a million miles further forward now than we were 6 years ago. And whilst there are a number of different issues which are involved in this, one of the most significant has been the fact that the County Council was only willing to pay a very small proportion of the cost of bringing its own lines and signs up to standard. And even though that is the County Council's responsibility to do. Nevertheless, things are changing. Things will change, especially given the fact that neither Fenland District Council nor Cambridgeshire County Council are likely to exist from the 1st of April 2028, if we're to believe what government is doing and saying. And if we are in that position, then if we are in unitaries, then the same body which is responsible for enforcement will also be the one responsible for the lines and signs. So the difficulty that there has been over the last 6 years will have disappeared. But I would very much like this amendment to be passed. I've got a slight suspicion that it may not be. And if that slight suspicion turns out to be correct, then I'm very encouraged by the sympathetic comments which were made by Councillor Shaler. And I'd like to invite Councillors Beckett and Shaler outside this meeting to speak with me about how we may progress this in the way in which the County Council has required, so far as the capital item is concerned, of bringing the lines and signs up to date. We have the ambition to move forwards on this, and I wouldn't like some of the legalities which officers sometimes get embroiled in to get in the way of the political agreement, which I believe there can be across all three parties and across all two councils. So that I'm inviting Councillor Beckett and Councillor Shaler to speak to me afterwards with a view to us moving forwards rapidly and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. And I think we all note that your views on the future of local governance. There will be new difficulties. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Shaler said that it wouldn't be possible to support this today. Of course, it's entirely possible to support it if you want to. And Councillor Shaler also referred to a crazy mismatch of amendments, which is disappointing, really, because I think Councillor Shaler knows that you treat each amendment as its own item. You don't look at them all as a glot. That's not the correct way to do business. Councillor Sanderson said that he also couldn't support it despite having a lot of sympathy for it. And of course, he also can support it today, right now. And the reason both of them and the rest of you should support it is that it's County Council's responsibility. You know, we would have done it by now at Fenland if it weren't for County Council not doing the work they are legally obliged to do, that they haven't done, that County Council has not done. So County Council needs to get on, step up to its responsibilities and do the work it should have done. I don't think it's a big ask, really. It's not a huge ask. Finally, I would like to say I don't think anybody really wants civil parking enforcement. What they really want is to roll back to the days when we had police and traffic wardens and they did a fantastic job. Of course, we can't go back 30 years. That's all changed now. This is the only opportunity open to us in order to properly enforce parking, and County Council needs to step up and help us do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I hate to break it to Councillor French, but she and her colleagues have already spent 9 million out of the 8.14 million that's available, and therefore there is no money left, literally no money left for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Obviously, as Councillor French says, the lining and signing has not been done in Fenland, paid for by the County Council that it should do. Yet South Cambridgeshire has been paid for by the GCP. So there is not a level playing field here. And just touching on one thing that Councillor Shaler said, parking enforcement is very important, but CPE is not necessarily the success that he suggested, because those who are at the Highways and Transport Committee witnessed the input and frustration from Mill Road residents about the lack of enforcement by officers. So it is not, yes, parking is a massive irritant to all of us, but it's, CPE is not the one solution. There are others. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Hoy, you reserved your right to second. It's now that moment.
I won't say too much more other than I think we need to get it done. It's not fair. There is irregularities really between the different districts. We heard earlier that we're supposed to be doing things based on merit, so therefore you would do the things in the areas that don't have CPE. It's not a vast amount of money for the county council to spend in the grand scheme of things, but it would have a massive impact to Fenland residents. The parking in Wisbech is absolutely appalling. It's actually becoming unsafe, particularly around the schools. Now we've even got people parking on the Clarkson Memorial, which is, a really historic statue to a really important person for the town, and historically, really. And people are just literally abandoning their vehicles on the road and the pathway around it because they just don't care, because they know nothing's going to get done. So I think we really do need to do something here. And in terms of the money is there, because if people were to support this amendment, obviously then later amendments perhaps would not be able to go ahead because there wouldn't be the money, but there is the option to take this on its own merit.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Councillor Netzinger. Right, I will now take a vote on this amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 14 votes in favour, 33 against and 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We move on. Councillor Hoy, would you kindly move your amendment now, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll try to be brief. So my amendment is for us to consider giving money to the Road Safety Partnership to install a speed camera on Churchill Road in Wisbech. I know that sounds exceptionally parochial, and I'm not apologetic for that, purely because this road is an accident black spot. The problem is when you look at the accident statistics, because it's a very, very long stretch of road, covering almost a mile for the part of the dual carriageway in Wisbech. Sort of from between the Elm Hall roundabout going up as far as the Horse Fair roundabout. Because it's such a long stretch of road, it doesn't always feature in the accident statistics very closely, because obviously they tend to look at a very small snapshot. But the road itself has had fatalities, it has had a lot of accidents. Part of that reason is because it's one of the only dual carriageways in the country that's a 30 miles an hour. It goes from a 40 into a 30, and the signs are there, but obviously they could be clearer. It's a major road, it's the A1101, and many HGVs use it because they don't want to take a long drive to divert onto the A17. So they do cut through the town, and that obviously comes with its problems, as you can imagine. It's also used as a main diversion for the A47, so when that's closed, again, there's even more traffic comes through. Police have had days out with their van. They sit in the lay-by near the fire station and they do catch a number of speeders. And I know that the argument will be made that speed cameras should be a last resort, but they, due to the nature of the road, it's a very wide road. It'd be very difficult to put any kind of physical speed reduction measures in place to kind of do anything about that to slow the traffic down. It is a real problem. It's right in the middle of a load of houses in the town centre. It's, you know, it's actually a very poorly built road. It's built over a canal. In hindsight, we wouldn't have perhaps built it there, but I don't think any of us were here when it was filled in and built. So we just have to deal with the situation we've got. So they do work. There's one on Lim Road that works very well. It has reduced traffic there, and we don't have anywhere near the accidents that we used to there. And so I would just ask that we would consider doing it. And if you look at what I'm asking, I'm not actually even asking that it would definitely be done. I'm asking that they would consider it. So I don't think that's a particularly unreasonable request.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Councillor Tierney, you're seconding. Do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak? Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. So this is undoubtedly a dangerous section of road. And when we're talking about this, we're going to talk about statistics quite a lot. But 2 young people lost their lives in this section of road. So in 2022, Jack Green was a young man who got hit by a car on his motorbike and died. And in 2011, Jamie Butcher was hit on a pedestrian crossing on Churchill Road by a car travelling at almost twice the speed limit. And I think his body was propelled 44 metres, which is absolutely horrible. So clearly this is a dangerous section of road. And I'm kind of surprised there aren't speed cameras there already. And it's something, you know, I'd like to support. However, we've heard from Councillor Count talking about a data-driven scientific approach to decision-making. The problem here is, having tried to get speed cameras installed a number of times in Sydney, you always hit the same problems because the National Police Chiefs Council set 3 criteria which you need to overcome in order to get speed cameras installed. So you need to be able to demonstrate that there's a history of serious accidents in the past 3 years at this site, which I think you should be able to do. You need to be able to demonstrate that those accidents occurred as a consequence of speeding, which is more difficult. And you also have to demonstrate that there is a significant speeding on this road, which is, you know, levels significantly above the speed limit as well. So I'm sure that this is a dangerous section of road, and you would be able to do that by using a data-driven scientific approach to decision making. Unfortunately, none of this information is available here today. And what concerns me is the cost of the scheme you're proposing. You're asking for 1.2 million to put aside. Now, when I last looked at this in 2021, the cost of installing a pair of speed cameras was about £85,000 for a pair of cameras, rising to about 100,000 in rural areas. But even considering inflation and ignoring the fact that the cost of camera technology is decreasing rapidly, £1.2 million for a mile stretch of road seems like an extraordinary amount of money. Last year, Bradford Metropolitan Council managed to install 4 average speed cameras for 230k. So I'm kind of perplexed about the money that you're asking for. I'd like to hear this come back to council perhaps as a motion, because I'd like to support it. But I think that we need to take a coherent evidence-based approach to this. You might call it a data-driven scientific approach to decision making, but I call it scrutiny, and I don't think I can easily vote for allocation of £1.2 million of public money without evidence of the proposed scheme. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I have nobody else. Shouldn't. Why do I keep saying that? Councillor Dupre, and then I think Councillor Shaler. Did you indicate?
Once again, Chair, I regretfully inform members that as the proposals so far have overspent by 1.5 million.
Chair.
This will add 2.7.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. I think you've made your point. Councillor Goldsack.
Well, I think you've just closed down a point that's continually being made. We're talking about the amendment at the time of the speaking, not collectively.
There is a point, Councillor Goldsack, that of course these are a cumulative impact on the budget, which is
not because none of them have been passed.
These are.
So there's still 8.1
I appreciate that, but these are all amendments to the budget. But in any case, I'm sure Councillor Dupre is rather fed up with giving the same speech now.
Hopefully.
That is.
I'm rather fed
Well,
up.
I'm not sure we're going to hear it again, Councillor Dupre. Councillor Shaler, perhaps you can shed new light on what is this, the 4th amendment now?
Thank you very much, Chair. I certainly hope so. In January, the H&T committee agreed that road safety would be a key investment theme. And as we've heard from Councillor Ferguson, cameras are subject to very specific requirements, and they are considered a last resort. where cameras are used, the mobile cameras, which have been used on this stretch, are considered more effective given their flexibility. It avoids the halo effect where drivers learn the locations of them. This is something that is actually in the pipeline, and so it's some additional road safety funding for this area is going to be proposed, in fact. So we do hope to help. But again, the amount and the way that this is being requested goes against our policy, so I can't support this as it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Tierney, you reserved your right to speak. Now's the moment, please.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, Councillor Hoy's amendment simply asked that this be looked at, which is very reasonable. So all of the things that Councillor Ferguson said are invalid because it's just asked that be looked at. If it works out less than the amount she thought, great, let's do it for a bit less. If it turns out that the figures aren't as bad as imagined, I can't believe that's the case, but if it were to turn out that way, well, that's fine. But all of that can be seen in the looking at. So there's no reason for Councillor Ferguson not to vote for this unless he actually doesn't believe in it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Netzinger? We now will move to the vote. I'll take a vote on this amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, please, can you start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 16 votes in favour, 33 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. Councillor Gardner, could you move your amendment, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, my amendment is to create 2 active travel routes, one between Tilbrook and Kimbolton and one between Ellington and Brampton, and a flood alleviation assets along the Auconbury Brook to mitigate flooding and in Auconbury and Auconbury Western. And I do apologise, Chair, for being slightly parochial. Tilbrook PC would like to create a walking and cycling route between Tilbrook and Kimbolton along the south side of the B645, which is a 60-mile-an-hour road with no pavements and is therefore too dangerous for residents of either Tilbrook or Kimbolton to walk and cycle along due to the numbers of HGVs and commercial vehicles using this route. It becomes worse when the A14 is closed because that is one of the diversion routes. Tilbrook is a very pleasant village with a marvellous pub. Do visit if you get the chance, church and village hall. But it lacks facilities such as a shop, doctors, pharmacy and schools, all of which are available in Kimbolton. Currently, the only safe way to access these facilities is by car to enjoy what each other village has to offer. This project would provide a safe route between the villages. It would improve the health and well-being of locals and would enable residents to use greener transport, thus helping to cut carbon emissions, which is a major goal of this authority. The route, if created, would create a 2.5-mile circuit with other pathways for residents. The Ellington to Brampton cycleway would provide a green alternative to travelling by car on the A14. As anybody knows the A14, nobody would ever look to cycle. For residents wanting to travel to Brampton, Huntingdon for work, shopping, leisure, etc. These 2 schemes would help this authority meet its climate reduction objectives and provide active travel routes in rural areas, which I've been pushing for. These schemes would enable our residents to make small changes to their daily routine, which would benefit their physical and mental health and help the environment. These schemes would show that Cambridgeshire is serious about improving active travel in our rural areas. I would also like to propose that 250,000 is spent on flood alleviation assets, such as ponds on the Auconbury Brook, to mitigate the effects of flooding in Auconbury and Auconbury Western. In 2020, over 100 homes were flooded. It was heartbreaking to see the effects of flooding on our residents, particularly when I was visiting those residents in their flooded homes, as well as the wider community. This work would help these communities to increase their resilience to flooding. the Aukenbury Flood Action Group is an example of excellence and on what can be achieved by a local flood action group. My thanks to date goes to the flood team at Cambridgeshire County Council for their continued assistance to this flood group, which is much appreciated by me as the local county councillor. This sum would provide up to 5 large ponds, similar to the one already created in Aukenbury Weston, or 10 smaller ponds. By spending this money, the County Council would be helping the villages to mitigate flooding, help reduce residents' fears in times of heavy rainfall, and help reduce its spending on flooding in the area, as flood events should hopefully be reduced. I would hope you could support this amendment, as it would achieve the County Council's goals in reducing carbon emissions, alleviating flooding, as well as creating physical and mental health benefits for our residents. If you can't support it today, could I kindly ask that Councillor Beckett and Councillor Shaler please look at this and talk with me, see whether we can progress these schemes through another route. Thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. You're very lucky. The clock has disappeared from the screen. I'm going to be estimating from now on. Councillor Bywater, would you like to second now or to reserve your right to speak? Councillor MacDonald.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Members, I feel that this amendment and the others that have come forward are disappointing in a couple of levels. As has been said by other members, we are all elected to serve our areas, but we're all also elected to come up with a fair and sustainable plan across the council. And therefore, we're not here to simply rob Peter to pay Paul in another area and leave some residents shortchanged. We do see similarities here, but across the amendments, in a lack of a full coordinated budget submission. And that's what I find disappointing, and that's why I slightly struggle to support Ian and Simon's amendment on this. The amendment identifies these active travel schemes, and they're right to say that these are a priority for the county. I think the pond at Alconbury, I am aware, although it's not my area, that there have been some very serious flooding problems, and so when looking at the amendment, I did look at that and considering supporting it. However, looking at the active travel schemes for 4.5 million in total, and considering I have one in my area, which is about 800,000, I'm not sure that the 4.5 million is public money well spent. So finally, I'd like to say Ian especially and all of his colleagues in the Conservative group have sat and contributed really professionally in the Highways Committee. And as a result of that, we've come up with some very good plans. Now I feel that they want to take the wrecking ball to things that we have already discussed and agreed in a professional way. As we see members, there are 50 or so members here in this room not engaging in these individual schemes, but rather engaging in a serious and professional plan across the county. So I'm afraid I can't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murphy.
Chair, yes, may I make a procedural point? I think we've heard the arguments for and against. May we move that the motion be now put?
Right, Councillor Murphy, you are asking for the question to be now put.
Yes, the question to be now put. Thank
Okay, I now must take a vote on this. Does it need to be recorded?
Chair.
Councillor Count.
Yeah, point of order, Chair, just on past performance at this point. You've always said how many speakers you've got left registered, and it actually your consideration whether then it has been fully. So can we ask before we move to the vote, how many people you've got still registered to speak on this one?
2, and that is the seconder and Councillor Netzinger as the originating mover.
Thank you. In which case, if you did avoid the vote, it would just be the seconder and the...
It would be.
Thank you.
So would you prefer that we heard from them? Okay, I'm just checking, Councillor Count. I don't want to upset you any more than I already have. Right, given that is the case, I'm going to hear Councillor Bywater and then invite Councillor Netzinger. But Good effort, Councillor Murphy. You haven't had a seconder. Perhaps that's something you might want to think about.
I take that's my call. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, very quickly then. I know some people are getting impatient about this, but you know, I would expect local members to speak on behalf of their community, whether you agree with it or not. I think for me, this motion is about, you know, we spoke earlier on about the poor state of our roads and the dangers of using our roads as a cyclist. I'm a cyclist. I cycle a lot. I know these roads I cycle on myself, although I don't cycle on the A14 for reasons already outlined. I think we also talk about the benefits of cycling. You know, it's not just about cycling in Cambridge and some of our urban areas. This is about connecting our rural communities to the likes of Huntingdon. And, you know, the benefits of cycling are well documented, mental health particularly, and just getting outside and doing some exercise and getting some fresh air works wonders for your mental health. Yes, is it procrural? Yes, I think all these motions are procrural, but I would expect Councillor Gardner to speak on that. And then just finally, you know, it is £4 million, but we don't know the final total cost of that. But ultimately, you know, we've seen, I've been a councillor here for 12 years now, and Alconbury year on year is affected by flooding, and the more we can do and the sooner we can do it, the better it is for the residents of Alconbury and the surrounding villages. So I'd ask you to support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. Councillor Netzinger? Oh.
I would just like to remind members of the Conservative group that their cumulative total, if they vote for this, will be an additional 6.7 million on the council.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger.
Which
Did you
is
have any,
almost 2% more on the council tax. Thank you.
Did you have anything else to add to this particular amendment? Let's see how this is going. Right. I'll now take a vote on Councillor Gardner's amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 17 votes in favour, 31 against and 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. Councillor Hunt, can you move your amendment now, please?
Thank you, Chair. I don't consider that you should either be parochial or totally county-wide. I believe there's a mixture of responsibilities.
Sorry, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hay, could you switch your microphone off, please?
And I'm very pleased to represent the people who have sent me here, and I think I have a duty to support them. However, I do accept that we also have a responsibility to the county as a whole, and so I won't just talk about my division. I'll also talk about, since I'm talking about white lines, about a trip I took to Cambridge Station just recently. And I dropped my son off at the station. It was a wet night. It was dark. I was very conscientious for looking for markings on the road. They weren't there. A week later, I got a fine for £70. I'd gone on a bus lane. Rather than mess about with long, arduous correspondence, I paid the half price, which was the £35. But that was caused by the fact that the signs on the road weren't properly maintained, and anybody, and I was really looking very hard, could fall into this trap. It seemed to me, if I wasn't a councillor, that it would be a trap, but all I can see is its lack of maintenance, and I can see that. Also, if you read carefully my suggestion, I'm talking about white and yellow lines and roundels on 4 different roads, and they go way outside my division. In fact, they go into Councillor Dupre's in some cases, and so I'm sure she's keen to have refreshed white and yellow lines on the roads that go in her patch. I would say that this is something very important. It's dangerous to drive on our roads at the moment with early nights, people coming home from work in the dark, rain, and you look out of it, you can't see where it is. There's one extra danger in the area I represent. Is a lot of farmers are using their tractors in the field. If you don't have white lines along the side of a road, you mistake the tractor's lights as being oncoming traffic, and you can easily hit the curb or do other damage. And it is particularly important, I would say, as well in Fenland, where you've got people working in the fields. So I think it is very reasonable to have £460,000 spent on refurbishing the paintwork. And in the case of Hadnam, of course, there's a 20-mile-an-hour limit in the centre of the village there, and they've never had a roundel. I believe they're the only village that has had 20 miles an hour and not had the roundels. Why on earth is that? I don't know. I would sure it isn't any sort of victimization. But there you go. So I think this is an extremely important measure. It could be I would ask members, if they doubt what I'm saying, to drive on the A10 in the Milton area at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, and they will see the absolute necessity of having repainted, refreshed white lines along the side of the roads, and it must be done very quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Sharp, you are seconding this. Do you wish to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right to speak?
Reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly,
This better not be an accumulative total.
Might be in there somewhere,
No.
but that'll come to later.
No.
Firstly, though, I do want to say a big thank you to Councillor Hunt, because I believe this is the first item on the agenda today that has something south of Ely. So it's nice that they are at least thinking of something south of Ely once. Now, if Councillor Hunt had actually suggested white lining across the entire county, I might be willing to get on board with that. But again, his cherry-picked roads. This is once again reckless pork barrel grab for funding, as we are seeing time and time again. Now, let's be absolutely clear here. This administration has already prioritised extra funding for road markings across the entire county, and Councillor Hunt on the Highways Committee will be well aware of that one. Last year, through you, Chair. Last year, we put an additional £1.5 million into lining and repairs county-wide. And this year, we'll be adding another £500,000, and all of that's on top of the base revenue budget of £300,000. It's part of this administration's investment in highways maintenance that have been so sorely lacking under previous administrations. This is to address decades of Tory decline that have left us with a backlog of maintenance across the county of well over £600 million. This isn't something that's grown up overnight. It's due to central government and reckless decisions of previous administrations. So let's ask the obvious question. Why is this amendment being brought at all? Put simply, it's to help a struggling Tory re-election campaign. A struggling Tory re-election campaign. They lost badly in the general election in East Cambs, and now they're clutching for straws. Lining improvements are already happening through a fair county-wide approach. What they are proposing isn't about improving road safety. It's a grubby PR exercise so they can put it on a leaflet or in a Facebook group and try and buy themselves a few more votes. Lining is incredibly important. Let me say that again, but we need to make sure it's where it needs the most on a proper prioritised process. Now, between them, Councillors Hunt and Sharp have tabled amendments totalling 7.26 million. Sorry, Chair. Nearly the entire allocation of 8.1 million. Add up all the Conservative amendments, we're up to 36 million.
Okay, I think that point has now been very comprehensively flogged to death.
I will just say they haven't even drafted an alternative budget where we could have been comparing these things against each other. The job of the budget here is to make difficult decisions comparing competing priorities. That is not what they have attempted to do today. If they had, we would have been able to have a serious conversation about those competing priorities. That's not what they've done. This is a wish list designed for leaflets and social media videos, not for responsible decision making. Is it fair? No. Is it transparent? No. Is it responsible budgeting? Absolutely not. This is another reckless Conservative attempt to rip up our fair data-driven process and take what they can have for their own areas. areas. Councillor Hunt has been part of all of the meetings of the Highways Committee where we've looked at how to prioritise this, where it was passed unanimously. We have gone through this time and time again, how to make this fair. It is incredibly important it's fair. Our highways are in desperate need of investment, but we need to make sure that we prioritise it effectively. So, members, I ask yourself, do we support a fair county-wide approach that ensures every community benefits, or do we allow certain councillors to drain the budget for their own political leaflets? Again, I know where I stand on this one.
Thank you very much. Councillor Count.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, I support Councillor Hunt's amendment. It's great to see somebody sticking up for their own area in this way. And whilst it might be regarded as parochial, it's regarded as parochial because people keep saying the same things. You know, we have a fair and transparent process that means we allocate money throughout Cambridgeshire because we're county councils and representing the whole county. But we've actually, you know, we said earlier, I've said in my speech earlier, just rip that to shreds, the weighting, how it actually affects some people more than others. People must have sat behind closed doors and said, how on earth can we not just stick the boot in to the people in the more rural and more fenland areas, but actually kick them while they're down? Because that's how bad the weighting system is. So I don't expect many of these, if any of these amendments to get through today. But just in terms of process, it's a shame that your leaders don't speak to you, because so many of you allude to the same thing, the old 36 million, which we've heard you rule on already, Chair, because as you know, you was at the chairman's briefing. It was quite plain then. Group leaders should have said that if the 8.1 million spends, that line is removed, nobody else can talk to it and all the amendments would have gone. So it's such a shame that the leaders of their particular groups didn't pass on that information to their members, so they keep trying to make up things to vote these down for. In terms of that matrix, whilst people did vote for it on the day, and it's supposed to be fair and transparent and voted through at the Highways Committee, as I said earlier, it didn't actually have the numbers involved on that day. And it's only later on that we've been able to dig deep into this to actually find out just how much it is frustrating a truly non-parochial expenditure line across the whole council. On other news, in terms of allocations to highways and people saying, oh, it's years of underfunding by the Conservatives. I'd like to remember the Liberal Democrats, the Labour and those independents who support them. Every single time we put through an increase in highways, you voted it down not once, not twice, but thrice, but repeatedly. The budget would be far higher today if you'd actually agreed to the Conservatives' proposals pre-election and post-election when you took over, when you actually put through increases in the budget. In fact, all this is doing is actually trying to make up for lost time. We know
Councillor
that
Count,
insurance claims
we should be
trebled.
discussing an amendment on a number of roads of concern in East Cambridgeshire to Councillor Hunt. So perhaps we could get back to them.
Absolutely. And as we know, insurance claims have trebled throughout the county, which I'm sure includes the roads of Councillor Hunt's as well. So thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Murphy?
Yes, I'm going to ask, please, that the question be put, and I have a seconder.
I, in fact, only
Thompson.
have two remaining speakers, the seconder and the leader of the council. So third time lucky, maybe. Who we should, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief. I'm happy to second this amendment. As we heard from Councillor Hunt, there is a need to get lining back to where it should be. All that the amendment is doing is seeking to, as I say, get us back to the state where we should be and what residents deserve. I must touch on a couple of points made by Councillor Beckett, though. Reckless decisions by the Conservative government. I think we could do ditto about the current government.
Let's stick with the white lining in East Cambridgeshire, shall we?
I do want to touch on one other point, if I may. He did mention the data-driven process and the scoring mechanisms. I've mentioned at H&T, I do have concerns over that scoring mechanism, and I've actually got some of the details from officers which I'm looking at and consider, so I can come to H&T with a considered point. So, you know,
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Netzinger? Right, I'm now going to take a vote on the amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 16 votes in favour, 34 against and no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We have 5 more amendments to go. I'm going to exercise my discretion to invite the group leaders to come to a joint position on the remaining amendments, if you feel that that is something that you can manage. Councillor Count.
Chair, if I may, the protocol for the council is anybody is allowed to move an amendment. These are personal to the individuals. It would be wrong of me to speak on their behalf in that way.
Okay, Councillor Netzinger.
I would be very happy to come to an agreement if anybody is willing to discuss one.
Councillor Moschini.
Well, we are being told that we can't really discuss these amendments as a cumulative proposal. That would be very much my preference. However, I will defer to the majority.
Councillor Sanderson.
I'm very happy to come to an agreement, Chair.
Back to you, Councillor Count.
Chair, as I've repeated, it's everybody's right to come to these council meetings and move what they believe is right for their area. Whilst they may or may not wish to keep their messages short, that's up to them. But it would be constitutionally wrong to somehow rule them out at this stage. I would also point out that there is particular relevance in the last amendment from Chris Bowden, which I think we really should hear after all the others.
Okay, in which case we will continue. Councillor Ambrose Smith, can you move your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. 5.8 million allocation for...
Councillor Ambrose Smith, none of us can hear you, I'm afraid.
That's a shame. 5.8 million allocation for the following projects for Littleport. Yes, it is my wish list for my community and those that pass through. First of all, the access to Littleport rail station. Littleport was fortunate to have its rail station car park capacity increased in 2018. And more recently, access to the platform and the line to Cambridge and London King's Cross has been greatly improved. Unfortunately, the station and its car park is an island with no safe vehicular, pedestrian or cycle access from station or Lynn Road. Highways officers have been aware of the issues since 2018 and advised me a solution would be complicated, costly, as the access affects both the rail station and the road into Littleport. Highway safety officers, although aware of the dangers for all road users, have been unable to come up with a scheme to improve the safety in this area. A scheme needs to be put in place to allow safe access to and from the station. A10 Littleport bypass. In October 2018, Highways started a scheme to resolve the issues of reflective cracking every 10 to 15 metres in the existing surface course, which had affected ride quality. Project brief. Resurfacing works will be carried out to remove the existing reflective cracking on a section of Littleport bypass 1.7 kilometres in length. This would involve laying a 60 millimetre binder course to the existing road level, and then overlaying this with a 50 millimetre Cambridgeshire design surface course, which is more resistant to both cracking and rutting. The cracks were filled to specification. The 50 millimetre Cambridgeshire design surface course was laid over the newly filled cracks only. This left a 50 millimetre raised bump in the road at every 10 to 15 metres, which still affects the ride quality. Immediately after the project was said to have been completed, Highways officers advised me the road would be resurfaced and made level. This work was subsequently removed from the work schedule and with no explanation. Littleport to Ely Cycle Pedestrian Way. There is a well-established cycling culture in Cambridgeshire generally. Links between Ely and Littleport were amongst the top 3 most requested walking and cycling routes in East Cambridgeshire's Cycling and Walking Route Strategy Survey. approximately 8.5 kilometres between the two population centres. This is a distance eminently suitable for cycling and walking for both community and leisure. East Cambs County Council commissioned Sustrans, the cycling charity, to undertake a feasibility study for a new cycle footpath from Littleport to Ely, which has already been completed. Further work is being done to narrow down the options for this route to put us in the best possible position to attract funding. Littleport and Ely are two of the fastest growing communities in East Cambridgeshire, both welcoming growth, which brings with it the prosperity needed. Unfortunately, developer and combined authority funding for Littleport and Ely cycle pedestrian way has not yet been tapped. Cambridgeshire has a list of highway projects covering the county. The Littleport to Ely cycle and pedestrian way was added to this list in 2017 at around the number position 720. Now this is time for the county to drive these projects forward. I urge members to support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ambrose Smith. Councillor Goldsack, you're seconding. Do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
My right, thank you.
That's very enthusiastic. Okay. Councillor Whelan.
Thank you, Chair. I look at the projects in this amendment and they seem to be projects that may have value behind them. Indeed, I've been asking for cycle routes, but joined up cycle routes conforming to LTN 120. But there are other more appropriate ways these could be delivered rather than seeking an amendment to the business planning for the coming year. Why are these not being considered alongside all such projects for proper benchmarking? The truth is that these are simply political gestures, and in fact this whole series of amendments appears to demonstrate an amazing level of financial incompetency. Amendments using more than 4 times the available funding. The wrong way, with money falling from the non-existent money tree. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goldsack, you reserved your right to speak, and now's that
Well
opportunity.
worth the wait. Thank you very much.
We'll be the judge of that, Councillor Goldsack.
I meant for the debate that just ensued. Sorry, have I missed something, Chair?
Yes, I think we all have, Councillor Goldsack. This appears to be everybody.
So you were showing me the respect by just talking. That's fine, Chair, as long as we know.
I'm just making sure that
Thank you.
whatever the technological problem was has been resolved.
Thank you. Okay, shall I continue?
Well, hang on a minute.
We'll
Just
start.
I need to see. Is it resolved? Whatever the problem was. Okay. All right. Thank you. If you could just switch volumes all off, that would be helpful. Right, Councillor Goldsack, back to you.
No problem. Thank you very much. Happy to second this amendment for further parochial works in the town of Littleport. But there is a theme that's coming out this afternoon, and that is that repeated dragbacks to the business as usual method as being fair and safe are constantly being proven by these to not be so. This is work that's been done once, and the local member is asking for it to be done again, with the exception of the Sustrans work. I'll come on to that at the end. The rail station is unsafe because works committed and carried out have not been done correctly. The A10 bypass is like a rumble strip all the way along because of work that's been carried out. And the local member, Mr. Ambrose Smith, Councillor Ambrose Smith, has been fighting for this through the correct channel. So he's got to try every channel he can to support his local people. And this is coming through. On the Sustrans report, there is immense pressure, and the residents of Cambridge will now start to feel it. There is immense pressure for business growth and accelerated housing. Littleport has stepped up to that as a community. It really has, and taken more than its fair share of development. And I think this is going to improve the lives of people there. There are considerations around the Northern Gateway for the rail at Ely, etc., that all come into play around this cycle work. But the work from Sustrans, I was involved in it as a district councillor, so I do know the outcome pretty well. For that, I think we've got every right to ask for this from the unallocated 8.1 funds. They're all highways related. 2 are retrofit works that should be business as usual, but I think we've proved through the series of amendments thus far, and with those to come, that the business as usual just isn't working. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Netzinger. Right, I'll now take a vote on the amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 16 votes in favour, 34 against and no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Criswell, could you please move your amendment?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Happy to move the amendment as presented in the paper. And just to be clear, Chairman, if the previous amendments had accumulated to more than the 8.1 million, I would have had the option to withdraw this amendment. At the moment, that hasn't happened, so it's well within budget. Parkall Road, Chairman, is a very well-used road within Somersham. It's full of potholes and very uneven, and water pools very badly on it after heavy rainfall, and pedestrians get soaked. It's a very frequently used road to access the school, the village hall, the play park, and sporting facilities. It was actually prioritised 5 years ago, and the reason I presented it today is because nothing's happened since. Councillor Beckett said there is a process and a prioritisation process, but of course it hasn't come forward through that process after 5 years. We have thankfully now in the programme the design and investigation for the drainage work that needs doing, but there's nothing in the budget to actually do that work once that investigation has happened. So that's the reason I put forward so that the project can be completed, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Criswell. Councillor Bywater, do you wish to second now or to reserve your right? Okay. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair, and hopefully to save time, I will mention this once. This actually relates to several of these amendments. Flood resilience and was a key theme identified in the January Highways and Transport Committee to be allocated in 25-26. So some parts of some of these are in train anyway. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, nobody else? Good. Councillor Bywater.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add, Chair, you know, I know this road very well, Somersham. There is a very nice garden centre there if you're ever visiting Somersham. Won't name it, and other garden centres are available. But this particular road can be tricky, as Councillor Criswell's explained. And yeah, ironically, you know, we haven't spent any money so far on these amendments, so it's well within budget.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Councillor Netzinger. I'll now take a vote. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 15 votes in favour, 33 against and 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. Councillor Sharp, could you move your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. I move this amendment and just want to talk members through this. At the Highways and Transport Committee, I've previously made comments about the need to increase the LHI budget. In addition, and I mentioned this at the last Highways and Transport Committee last month, to address the issue of a gap in road safety provision, and I'll try and explain that now. There are a number, in my opinion, a number of road safety schemes that fall outside the current criteria. They're too big for the LHI schemes, but they're too small for major projects. They're dangerous junctions, and residents are looking to us for solutions. So I feel we need to allocate a part of that money within the LHI scheme and within this funding to actually look at those and address them. I've given an example of 3 in my division. There have been multiple accidents at these 3 locations, and again, residents are looking for us to do something. One of those was a subject of a Teams call with officers. The MP and Councillor Daunton was there yesterday, because obviously there was a junction within her division as well that we were discussing with the MP and officers. For that junction, we've won an LHI bid at the moment just for extra signage. But if that doesn't work, then the solution is going to be much more expensive. The other 2 junctions are more difficult and expensive to resolve. One of them, the one Duchess Drive, Park Road, has had 2 serious, it's a crossroads. The white lines aren't brilliant, although I've got highways to actually get those reinstated, and that was part of the issue. But it is one of those rural roads that I've mentioned previously at committee around Vision Zero, where you have a rural road 60 miles an hour, and they see that as the target rather than the safe speed to drive at. And we've had sort of sideways crashes where people have gone across. So that is that particular junction. I've used those junctions as an example because I'm sure members in other divisions will have similar junctions. We need to be looking at this. I'm not saying it's the solution just to spend this money, but it's certainly a start. We need to be looking at how we fund those in-between junctions, as I call them, too big for LHI, but too small for major projects. So I commend this amendment to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Hunt, you are seconding. Do you want to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right to speak? Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Coutts, sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Blood sugars have dropped through the floor.
My comments on this are on perhaps not the most riveting of topics, the one of process. But process is very important. I've looked at the recommendations in this amendment. They seem on the surface very worthy, and so have all the other recommendations that have come forward. This bundle here would take up most of the money that's available in the pot that's being looked at, and therefore would prevent any of the others taking place, which is just highlighting what needs to take place here is a prioritization exercise. What I would like to know in order to vote on this particular amendment for these schemes is not are they worthy in themselves, although that's important, but are they more worthy than other schemes? And that's what a prioritization exercise does. And that exercise is a process that we do have, and we have refined with cross-party support the methods under which it takes place. And so I find it impossible to support any one of these individual projects because the process is not correct. I was interested to hear some of the criticisms of process by Councillor Count, and that was interesting. I then my mind wandered slightly, and I was thinking, okay, so it's unfair to vote for schemes which affect more people. So shall we change the prioritization so that schemes that affect fewer people should be the ones that are prioritized? Or it's unfair that we should recommend schemes which are near old people, so we'll penalize schemes that are near old people's homes. The reverse doesn't make any sense. And therefore, we can talk in Highways and Transport Committee about the nature of that prioritization, and that would be a helpful thing to do. But simply to take each of these schemes in turn without a proper comparison makes no sense to me, and therefore I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Coutts. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I think what's already come out of this exercise is that the LHI scheme is a very good scheme and very well supported by parish councils and by local members. However, I think it needs to move with the times, and I think Councillor Sharp is entirely correct in saying that it needs to move on and move up and fill that gap between the major schemes and LHI where it is now. So I do feel it's something that we need to enhance and slightly turbocharged to get the budgets increased. I think there's been some criticism about parochialism. I don't think it's so much that. I think the important thing to take from this exercise is how important the local member input is. If we remember, and I'm talking in general terms, Cambridgeshire goes from Royston to Burley. And I know that in actual fact that's Bassingbourn and sorry, goes to Stamford, but Burley is in Cambridgeshire. And so it's a huge county, and I think we benefit immensely by having local member input. I don't call it parochial. I think it's local member. I mean, do half of you know what's actually going on in Bassingbourn? I guess you don't. Yes, there's one. Two. That's my point. My point is that we should cherish and listen to our local members because they're very important. And this is one of those cases where there's some, and a sensible council would say, look, maybe we can't afford all three of these jobs, but let's look heavily at one of them. And so we get a little bit of improvement in every division. And that's what we should be doing because it's they're the people who we all answer to. So I will support this. I think it's important. And I think the local member input is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Netzinger? Right, we move to a vote on the amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Ms. Rowe, could you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain.
Councillor Slatter, you haven't voted.
Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 15 votes in favour, 34 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. Now, Councillor Costello is ill. I'm sure we send her our best wishes for a speedy recovery. So, Councillor Corney, I understand you are going to move Councillor Costello's amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Some in the room will be pleased to know that I'm not standing in May, so I'm not worrying about leaflets. So we'll get that clear to start with. And there are no deals either because I've never made a deal to get a position yet. So I'm quite happy to read out Adela's proposal for their amendment. It has been circulated, so I'll cut it down somewhat. But I was here to second this today, so I'll probably use some of the notes I'm going to use for seconding because you've got Adela's original amendment. The roads that she's talking about here, the peat roads. We're all well aware of them, but the urgency isn't there. And you look at the road from Peterborough through to Ramsey, through to 40-foot, on to Chatteris, and through to Ely. It's a main route from Peterborough through to Ely that's used by many businesses and homeowners too. Within the last 2 weeks, 2 HGVs have run off the Mearside Road, which is a peat damaged road. Again, it's just not happening quick enough. We need to highlight this, and this is what Adela's doing. I'm more than happy to read this out, and I hope that we can spend some of the money that's not been spent yet. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Corney. Councillor Cant, you're seconding. Do you wish to speak to now or to reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I'll reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. Peat and soil affected roads, as we've said, already recognised as a key theme in the budget. Grip cutting will form part of the drainage and resilient budgets moving forward. Thank you very much.
Councillor Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Whilst I've chosen to speak on this particular amendment, I believe my comments can be applied to all of the amendments that we've heard today. And that is, I think all of us would agree, whilst we have a huge amount of sympathy for local members trying to get the most out of the County Council for improvements to their area, whether it be a highways improvement or something else, there is a process that we do need to go through. And that process does not include bringing amendments to the budget meeting of the County Council. It needs to go to the relevant service committee or directly to officers. So for that reason, Chair, I certainly shan't be supporting, as I haven't done with the other amendments to date.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. I have noticed a common pattern that members of the Rainbow Alliance seem to be very triggered by this large number of amendments. And I guess what I would say about that is, it's not against the rules. I know you don't like it, but one of the reasons you get an allowance is to sit into long meetings. And this is the budget meeting. It's a big meeting. Now, we all know that you're going to vote down everything we suggest. That's the nature of you having a majority. And unfortunately, nobody ever votes different. You can see that. Anyone can see the voting records. But that doesn't mean we aren't going to continue to advocate for the things that we are important. And I know it's uncomfortable and I know it's difficult, but you've got to suck it up, I'm afraid. In regards to having enough money to pay for these things, so far we've spent zero and there's been a 0% council tax rise from it because you've turned them all down. But there is another way that we could raise extra money. Just a suggestion I think I'll throw out there. I've taken it from elsewhere.
Is this to do with roads in Ramsey?
Absolutely is, because it's how you pay for things like roads in Ramsey, Chair. One of the ways you could do it is you could bring in some external experts who could come in and could look at all the waste in the council and look at ways to remove it. And I would call that the Department of Council Efficiency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I've got to support this motion because it's close to my heart, because it's one of those areas that are largely affected by the peat soil damaged roads. And we had a catch-all amendment at the start that allocated a larger, broader sweep of money to peat soil damaged roads, but this is very localised. And I would say that the 40 foot has been incredibly difficult with some various deaths over the years. Now, I spoke about the matrix earlier, just one of those things on the matrix that I think you should realise. One of the lowest marks you can get on the matrix is if your road doesn't have little potholes, little damages across the full width of the road, and for example, it just shaves off on the edge and can be handled by a bumpy road sign, then it gets the minimum amount of points. Now, I'm going to specifically tell you here that the nature of many of these peat soil damaged roads are they fail on the edges and they cave away towards a dike, a ditch, a great big fall into a 20-foot drop that could kill you, such as around Ramsey. And that, as part of the scoring matrix, is the lowest possible mark. The words "could be handled by a bumpy road sign" are included in that matrix. That's how disfavoured we are. That's why I'm supporting things such as what is regarded as a parochial amendment from Councillor Della Costello, because the matrix is so inherently unfair. And we weren't able to pick up on this at the time until we looked into it in much greater detail and were supplied with the numbers that go with each weighting. And that only came afterwards. So yes, I will be supporting this. I would also like to add that it is wrong for members of the Joint Administration to call this financially incompetent. There are two reasons for that. One, the group leaders didn't tell their members that once the 8.1 million is spent, it's over and done with. So there is no cumulative £36 million figure. That is a political construct on your behalf. And two, that is insulting to our Section 151 officer and the monitoring officer who have approved all these as correct and regular and therefore financially correct. So I do hope that if that member speaks again, they will correct what they said and is financially competent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Netzinger? Right, I'll now take a vote. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on this amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 15 votes in favour, 34 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. Councillor Bowden, could you move your amendment, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. This amendment is different from the previous 10, and I did ask for it to be the last one in anticipation that it was a possibility that the first 10 amendments may be defeated. This amendment is particularly addressed at the appalling state of the roads that we have and the pothole situation in particular. Now, I very carefully in this amendment, I've not been local about it. I've not mentioned the dreadful state of the roads in Whittlesey. I've not even just said a part of the county. This is county-wide. And to be quite honest, it's a country-wide problem, not just a county-wide problem. Potholes in the country are truly dreadful. Now, whilst this is county-wide, I don't blame local members for raising local issues. If local people feel that the county council has let them down, then the county councillors have to speak up on behalf of local people. But this is a more general problem, and it's to do with the effect that the potholes have on ordinary residents in Cambridgeshire. Now, there will be no need for councillors Beckett or Dupre to tap away at their calculators to do anything cumulative here, since the whole of the 8.1 million, which is designated to be decided upon to be determined by the Highways Committee, the whole of that is still extant. And here I'm merely asking for 6.7 million of that 8.1 million to be determined by this council. And that is a perfectly proper thing for this council to decide to do. And what I'm asking it to do is to look at just how serious the problem is as far as potholes are concerned. We don't actually have good statistics about the amount of damage done by potholes. We do have statistics about our insurance claims and what goes through insurance, but an awful lot doesn't go through insurance for a very good reason. And that is that people have lost confidence in the system of claiming insurance against the council. And that's partly, well, it's largely because of the Highways Act 1980. And many local residents, and it's widely believed now, believe that the council uses a loophole to avoid responsibility for its own failures. Now, it's not technically a loophole at all. It's a special defence, the Section 58 special defence that local highways authorities have. And if they've got an acceptable scheme of road maintenance, then they don't have liability. And it's necessary for that to be in place. Otherwise, local highways authorities would all become bankrupt very quickly indeed. But nevertheless, just going in my area in Whittlesey and extrapolating out, I believe there must be hundreds of incidents every month of cars getting punctures, and in some cases of there being personal injury and being damage to cars as well. It's a really serious issue. It's one which is mentioned not merely across Cambridgeshire, but right across the country. It may not occur in Cambridge City, but it certainly occurs in the rest of Cambridgeshire. And I would therefore ask that we do give prioritisation to this issue. I'm not saying where these potholes should be filled in the county. I'm just saying we should do more than we're doing at the moment, because it is a matter of such concern to so many people in this county. Now, last week, I'm pleased to say that, that I seconded a proposal by Councillor Anna Bailey at the CPCA budget to move £243,000 from the CPCA to county by reducing the highways levy. And we did that with the specific hope, although it wasn't in our gift, that that money would go specifically towards potholes and towards fixing potholes. And I'm asking the council to understand the seriousness of the pothole situation and actually to do something about it. Now, year after year, the administration, Labour, Lib Dem, and Independents, year after year, they've turned down budget amendments put forward by the Conservatives to spend more money on highways generally and potholes in particular. This gives an opportunity for every one of you to say, rather than giving that 8.1 million to the Highways Committee to decide on a whole host of different possible highway spend, that the overwhelming majority, not all of it, but the overwhelming majority of it should go on potholes, because that is where the need is greatest, and that is what the electorate, that is what our residents expect us to concentrate on. So I hope Chair, that members will regard this as being an amendment which is put in good faith and which they can support because it is actually the right thing to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Hoy, you're seconding. Do you wish to speak now, or do you wish to reserve? You'll reserve your right. Okay. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As Councillor Bowden has said, this is very different to all of the other amendments we knew we would get to this point with none of the £8.1 million spent. And arguments such as, well, it's 36 million, which it isn't, would come forward. Arguments such as it's parochial would come forward. This isn't. This is an allocation to repairing our roads. Now, many of the speakers of the joint administration have stood up, talked about the fact that our roads are not in a good enough state. And the monies to fix them should go through their data system, their matrix, which I don't agree with, but it exists. I'm not in charge to change it. And this proposal does exactly that. It says, put that 6.7 million through your biased matrix, come out with your list, and at least some of the roads will get done on the structural and defects. And we use the term pothole. It's a very loose term. For some, it means the exact thing, a pothole in the road. And therefore, the government, the Labour government, heard the cry of councils, the LGA, the AA from across the country and said, you need to put some more money into fixing our roads. So the Labour government, just like the Conservative government before them, after their full budget, their settlements, they actually decided, because of the outcry, to come up with some extra cash. And the Labour government said to the country, here's some money, pothole money they called it, to fix your roads. And out of that pothole money, some went to the CPCA, and the CPCA, according to the formula, allocated Cambridgeshire County Council £8.1 million to fix our potholes. Now, I say that's a loose description because it's not ring-fenced. This particular amendment is specific to carriageways, structural and surface treatments. For the layperson, let's fix our roads. Now, you might argue that it's our Highways and Transport Committee that should actually decide how to break down that 8.1 million. And you think that that's actually what's going to happen, but it just shows how few of you actually to take the time to listen to meetings, pay attention, or group leaders disseminate information. Because the £8.1 million has got a recommendation from the Highways and Transport Committee, rubber stamped by the SRP committee, to be spent in this way, prioritisation. Bus shelters, increase in local highways initiatives, trees and vegetation clearance, no doubt because you failed weed policy, drains, active travel, I'll give you this one, soil impacted roads, road markings, pothole management, not potholes, and street lighting. Only one thing that actually does something about the surface of our roads made it onto your prioritisation list for the £8.1 million worth of pothole money coming to this council. And that's why this is different. If your residents are telling you we want to fix our roads, not our trees or lines, and that's the most important thing to you, you can support this without being parochial. You can support this with using your unfair matrix. You can support this and leave 2.4 million left over for the Highways and Transport Committee to spend on those other things. If you don't support it, we know that all the talk about the condition of our roads is just rhetoric. Every single time you talk about fixing our roads, you spend the money elsewhere. £8.1 million allocated by the Labour government to fix our roads, and your prioritisation list is bus shelters, increasing local highways initiatives, trees, drains, active travel, soil impacted roads, road markings, pothole management and street lighting. And that's the instruction you've given and is in the paperwork to go to the Highways and Transport Committee. I do hope, lowering the tenor of my voice, because I'm so upset about these things, I do hope that you actually listen to that one and decide for your residents you want to fix your roads rather than everything else under the sun and pretend to actually allocate money there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Beckett.
What a load of...
Councillor Beckett, I'm sure you won't be using unparliamentary language.
Through you, Chair. So, the hypocrisy. Oh, man. So, There was a Highways and Transport Committee meeting where members of both parties went through what we want to spend maintenance money on. A lot of those suggestions came from members over there. A lot of what we have in motions are things like lining, soil affected roads, the things that you've very much discussed. I can promise you now, all of the money that we receive from central government as part of the 8.1 million will be spent on maintenance. We're not going to do anything other than that. That is what we
Councillor
need to do.
Cant, yes, you raised to make a point of
of
order.
personal explanation. I wasn't talking about any monies going to the matrix. I wasn't talking about any monies under the normal. I was talking about the specific recommendations that the H&T committee made on the 8.1 million pounds, which was the specific recommendations passed and read out by Michael Hudson at SRMP as instructions as a priority list for the 8.1 million pounds to go to the Highways and Transport Committee.
Yeah, okay, Councillor Cant, I think we've made that point clear. Councillor Beckett?
It will all go on maintenance. The one nice thing it does allow us to, but due to the record levels of investment this administration has put into highway maintenance, we can have a bit more flexibility in looking at what people think our maintenance needs are the most. So we will be doing that. I do need to address some very serious criticisms Councillor Count has made, though, of the highways prioritisation matrix. Firstly, that was all public. Any member of the Highways and Transport Committee could have read those papers. Councillor Count could have read those papers on what was in the committee on the prioritisation matrix. If they did not realise it at the time, they could have asked officers in the meeting. They did not. So the criticism I find utterly ridiculous. If he cherry picks various things, saying one of the things is the extent of damage of a road. We are prioritising our roads based on the extent of damage. And yes, you're right, Councillor Count. It says that if there's only the edge damage, that gets the lowest mark. If the whole road is damaged, yes, it gets marked higher. That's sensible. You know, if the edge of a road is damaged, it is obviously less serious than if the whole road is damaged. So we need to look at that and prioritise effectively. What he is hiding the most in all of this, though, is what happened beforehand. So we do have this clear prioritisation process, and it is clear, it is public, anyone can go and look at it. Before that, under the Conservatives, they did not have that. And this budget meeting today has shown you the way that they approached maintenance, which was to cherry pick things for their own individual areas. And that's the other alternative. That's what Councillor Count wants us to go back to, cherry picking things for their own areas. So I'm going to leave it there, Chair, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Black.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to apologise for breaking my earlier resolution. But as Councillor Bowden says, this motion is different from the other 10. And I'd like to thank Councillor Bowden because I think he said something that was very right in his speech. He said that we have a nationwide problem of potholes. And I've been to meetings of this council before where you'd have thought the potholes were entirely the fault of what colour administration we had here in Cambridgeshire. But he's right, it was a national problem, and it was a problem that we should firmly lay at the feet of a Tory government for 15 years, which did not do anything about keeping our roads in proper order. And I think, if I've heard it rightly, we have an acknowledgement, very generous actually, I suppose, from Councillor Count, that we have now, with the Labour government deciding the money that will be allocated, that we have more serious money to deal with potholes this year than we have had before under previous administrations, that we have some serious money to deal with. Now, I'm not going to vote for this motion because I think what we've got is in some ways what the speakers have been asking for. We have got some serious money to deal with potholes. So we don't need a motion that says we will decrease the CPCA grant budget to open brackets pothole funding, close brackets, as all the motions say. We will spend that money on dealing with the pothole scourge, and we will do it by maintaining the roads properly, which does mean trees and vegetation along the road edge. It does mean drainage. It means you don't have standing water, that blocked gullies mean that the potholes come back again because it freezes and the road surface breaks up again. We are looking to making progress and maintaining the roads properly, but we shall still vote this. Why is 6.7 million the right amount to decide to put in a particular silo? I've no idea, and I've heard nothing at this debate to tell me that 6.7 million is the right way of money. We have £8 million, and we will deal with it properly at the Highway and Transport Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bowden's gone out of his way to try and make this reasonable, fair and apolitical. He's done that because the earlier motions, you could argue, were different political statements from one side or the other. You would expect that in a budget meeting and in the run-up to an election. But Councillor Bowden has tried not to do that. I know this is a cross-party concern, and the reason I know it is because in Finland, the only Lib Dem councillor, who I presume is the county candidate, is putting out literature saying, let's fix the roads. Can you believe it? And the Labour Party also are making roads a high priority. Again, you couldn't make it up. But these is because it's a cross-party concern. This is an opportunity here. This is the ruling party's budget with an amendment. It's still your budget. If you vote for it, you put it through. You can all go out there and say, we did this too. This isn't party political, because you can say, we voted for this too. This is an opportunity to say to the taxpayers, this money that the government has given us, we're going to use it on what they asked us to use it on. Really, we're going to. And we've said so in a full council meeting. We could all vote for this right now in a moment of rare unity, and everybody benefits, including the people of Cambridgeshire. Wouldn't that be brilliant? I know it's not going to happen, but wouldn't it be brilliant? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler.
I didn't realise I indicated, but thank you very much, Chair.
Believe me, we don't need any extra speakers.
No, this is, I should point out that it is already recognised as a key theme, clearly. And one of the things that we've done incredibly well during this administration is increase the proactive work. Potholes, they're a lovely thing to talk about. They are a symptom, they are not the cause. The cause is roads well past their sell-by date. We have a 25, 30-year cycle for replacing roads, and we have recommenced that cycle so that we can prevent potholes before they happen, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Is that a text for a speech in front of you? That's a relief. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to go back to a couple of comments made during the debate. A good debate and what I think is a good amendment. Road edges, why? Why are they less? A road in a peat soil area in particular was originally probably a track, and then it became a single track, and then it became probably a concrete road, a solid concrete road made partition, probably about 15 to 20 metres long each one. Yards when they were made, I'm sure. And then over years, the road got widened and then got tarmacked, but over the top of the original road. So the weakest point is the unsupported edge. Now, I can tell you why that's serious. When you've got Ramsey 40-foot down your left side and cracking down the left-hand side, and you're a motorist with oncoming traffic coming in the other direction, or a motorcyclist, you do not want to hug the white line. You will be hugging the left-hand side of the road, right? And that's why that's dangerous. That's why this is wrong. I want to give another evidential piece, please, which is on the A142 between Soham and Stuntney at the Barway toll last week. There was 97 entries on Facebook going like the clappers as to a pothole that was there. I drove over and had a look, got hold of my LHO and had a look online on Report It system. There were 38 entries by separate people. There were more than 38 entries, but there were 38 entries by separate people, most of which had expired and not been looked at. That pothole was fixed as an emergency last Friday, right? So why is it taking the local member to go out? What we're actually saying, this motion in many ways is a view of the competency that's coming out. This is the severity of some of the decisions we have to make. And I think that in this one, you know, we've heard a lot of people talk on the previous amendments today. It's a shame we haven't heard from everybody else, but I guess they weren't chosen by the leadership to talk at the right time. But I think in this particular case, we've got a solid amendment to the budget plan, and I think the allocation of this money will be well spent and be better managed and would give our people of Cambridgeshire better outcomes. Now, I don't know whether you've got an affliction to what I'm saying or whether you're saying my time's up.
Neither. I'm telling a member they can't speak.
Thank you.
Sorry, right, lovely. Councillor Dr. Bulat, do you really have anything further to add?
No, I think enough factual corrections have been made, so I'll reserve for later on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hoy, you reserved your right to second. Sorry? No, I don't have you. Do you want? No, I've put a line through your name. Is there something burningly urgent that you wanted to add, Councillor Mesquite? No, let's press on. Councillor Hoy.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. So all we've talked about for the last few hours is potholes. I think we also everyone wants potholes fixed. Interestingly, Lib Dems and Labour say they want potholes fixed because I've got a leaflet here from the Lib Dems in Fenland saying that local elections will be chaos and underinvestment. Lib Dems are going to make fixing our road a top priority. Don't think people in Wisbech would think Lib Dems are making fixing our road a top priority. There are holes everywhere. Also, one of the Labour candidates for Wisbech announced that he was running and was told, good luck. From my point of view, the things that need looking at are the absolute awful state of all payment and voters. Potential voter for him. And he says, couldn't agree more. I'm told there's a new strategy and new funding to deal with potholes. So I will really look forward, given that there is this wonderful new strategy that has been put in place and have been assured by the Labour candidate, I'm really looking forward to getting all the potholes filled in Wisbech, because even if he achieves that and he won, that'd actually be awesome news for the town. I very much doubt that's going to happen, though. It'd be nice to be pleasantly surprised. But I do think this amendment is really important. Everyone has been saying how much we need to spend on potholes, how much money we need, and this is actually a real way to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. And finally, Councillor Netzinger.
And I'm sorry, I am going to speak on this one. So I have been really shocked by the way the Conservative group have chosen to put forward this set of amendments. This amendment, along with the 10 which preceded it, feel like an insult to the dedicated work of officers across the council and the councillors who turn up to our committees and take the serious work of this council seriously. This amendment seeks to remove 6.7 million from the detailed work of councillors at the Highways Committee in determining how to manage our very constrained funding. And instead, Councillor Bowden and Hoy put it into a single line of money, removing the possibility from the Highways Committee of funding many of the things suggested by the previous 10 amendments. By ring-fencing 6.7 million, Councillors Bowden and Hoy remove the possibility from the Highways Committee of funding some of the things their colleagues have previously demanded. No money for Stilton and Sawtrey, no money for flooding at Alconbury Brook, no money for Littleport rail access. The administration's budget proposals allocate the whole of the 8.1 million to be prioritised by the Highways Committee, where councillors from all parties have the opportunity to work together to discuss the priorities for the whole council. For many years, as leader of the opposition on this council, I spent hours working with my group and officers of the council to bring forward balanced alternative budget proposals. This was not an easy process. It took hours of my time and hours of the time of my group members. But we felt the residents of Cambridgeshire deserved the option of a credible alternative to the then Conservative administration. When I eventually took over to lead the council, I was glad that I and my group had spent time properly understanding the council's financial situation. And I have to say, I am genuinely shocked that the Conservative group have not bothered to do that work less than 3 months from the next election for this council. They have not bothered to engage with the tough decisions. They have just gone on a fantasy spending spree. This amendment, like all the preceding individual amendments, is a pathetic attempt to give the appearance of putting money into highways. But like so much of the Conservative financial claims, it is not what it seems. It is Liz Truss economics, and it deserves contempt. The residents of Cambridgeshire deserve better than this amendment, and they deserve better than this from their opposition members. The Conservative group should be embarrassed at the depths to which their party has fallen. The cumulative total of their amendments has now exceeded 36 million against a budget line of 8 million, and to fund that, you would have to double the council tax increase.
Point of order, please.
I hope they will engage.
Councillor Goldsack, your point of order is?
It's 8.1 million. I didn't want her to get the figures wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Netzinger, if you'd like to continue.
That pretty much makes my final point, which is that I hope that at the Highways and Transport Committee, the members of the Conservative group will engage seriously with the issues of prioritising highways spending. They have failed utterly to do so today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now take a vote on the amendment. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 15 votes in favour, 34 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We're now going to debate all sections of the business plan. All members will have the opportunity of speaking once only for 5 minutes. I propose as part of the main debate to exercise my discretion and invite the chairs of the policy and service committees, if they so wish, to speak first. And I do highlight if they so wish. So, Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I'm honoured to present the budget for the Adults and Health Committee, which amounts to £385 million gross budget, something more than we spent the last hours debating. I'm deeply thankful to the Adult Social Care and Public Health staff for doing some painstaking work on this budget, and the councillors, I thought, gave very good scrutiny in our committee. Our committee recognises that we hold 40% of the council's budget, and so we take seriously our influence for the whole council in putting this budget together, and have found £21 million of savings that were necessary for us to find in producing this budget. But with increased demand and inflation, there is still an £8 million extra injection into adult social care and public health this year. I am proud that for the 4th year running, there are no cuts in this budget to the most vulnerable people in our county. If you need help from Cambridgeshire County Council, you're going to continue to get it, and at least at the same level. And we're not standing still. In this budget, we are expanding our reablement service, helping with short-term interventions, people to get back on their feet quite literally. We're keeping the pressure down on waiting lists. We've cut the financial assessments by 88%. There are just 45 people in Cambridgeshire who are waiting for their financial help. And if there is a safeguarding concern, we deal with it on average in less than a day. I'm proud of all of that. With my colleague, Councillor Van der Ven, we have pressed for the Care Together programme, bringing localisation to our services, setting up 41 micro enterprises in our towns and villages, providing over 4,000 hours of care at the very local level, and help to over 6,400 older adults across the county. In this strategy, we're putting together £30 million over a 10-year target period, £3 million in this year for specialist housing for people with very complex needs, which is something that is dearly needed and we can do best. We will continue to pay the real living wage, meaning that frontline care workers are getting better pay in Cambridgeshire. And now for Cambridgeshire providers, 96% of them actually are doing it. It's a big success story for this council, and over 700 frontline care workers in the past year have taken advantage of our Care Academy to get recognition and qualifications to improve their career development, and it's paying itself back. Our turnover rate and vacancy rate is going down because we treat staff better. 15% fewer of our employees leaving this year. For these efforts, we were a finalist in the Supportive Employer of the Year at the National Social Work Awards. Our public health team is higher than the national average on helping people to lose weight and to stop smoking. And in the next year, we'll produce very important findings in terms of behavioural change amongst Cambridgeshire people. There are risks in this budget about Learning Disabilities Partnership, where I'm afraid to say we are in dispute with the Integrated Care Board, and in savings on elderly persons services because of a different trend rate. But we are making a provision in the budget for reserves should that not prove to continue in the coming year. We are also approaching the forthcoming Care Quality Commission inspection, and I commend what the officers are doing in preparation for that. In the last part of my contribution, I want to acknowledge what the new government has done and what that means for Cambridgeshire. £880 million nationally, extra into social care. That's an extra nearly £7 million in our budget, a 16% increase, much more than, by the way, the national insurance increase in the budget, which I acknowledge was unpopular, but that's fully funded and more to improve social care in our county. The Better Care Fund will give us £1 million more and at a real terms increase. The public health grant increases by nearly £500,000 and we've got extra national funding of £1 million a year for public health to undertake smoking and prevention services. And we have a new government which has only just started to deal with all of the problems, but it is already making a real difference. And I hope that Conservatives, through you, Chair, will recognise that, that when they failed to use the social care precept under their administration, they were depriving elderly and disabled people in our county from the services they need, which would be £8 million less in this budget on what they would have done. And I hope also they will have the good grace to acknowledge we're getting more money from this Labour government and to welcome that fact.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howard. Councillor Hathorn.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, imagine a poorly run, overgrown garden. It's chaotic, there are weeds everywhere, plants growing wild and paths obstructed. It's hard to see the beauty and potential because everything is in disarray. That describes the property estate this joint administration inherited, which we have looked at through the Assets and Procurement Committee. Over the past 3 years, we've had to clear weeds, trim the overgrown plants and repair paths. We have carefully pruned the bushes and allowed them to grow in a controlled and more healthy manner. This time last year, we brought forward a radical and forward-thinking estates plan, followed in March 2024 by our land and property vision. This is the first strategy the Council has had for over a decade and will enable us to deliver our strategic goals, including working in communities and net zero. This joint administration has gripped control of our huge estate to ensure that going forward, our property is managed in a way that ensures that we have an estate that is sustainable, fit for purpose and effective for the coming decades. An estate that supports how we work locally within and with our communities and partners, and an estate which drives our ambitious carbon neutral targets by creating a greener estate. Already, we have made significant progress, including an investment of £6 million in total in our communities, including libraries, 1.5 million of which was secured through external funding. Over the last 12 months, we've also decarbonised a further 10 corporate buildings, saving 200 tonnes of carbon dioxide a year, which means we are well on our way to delivering a carbon neutral estate by 2030. The savings proposals before you today show that through strong management, we are selling and repurposing our estate with the goal to save nearly £2 million of revenue a year and generate over £12 million of capital receipts to reinvest in our remaining estate. To make these improvements, we have invested in our property team's capability through apprenticeships and training. Last year, the property team resolved 11,000 reported issues. This ensured that our estate was available every day to our hard-working teams right across our services. We have also implemented a property asset management system to tag and plan our work, which enables us to respond and work smarter as well as saving money. Improvements at our libraries, such as in March, Cambridge and Wisbech, have enabled our local communities to work closely with us, whilst investment in our office estates in Cambourne, March, Wisbech, Huntingdon and Ely are enabling us to work even closer with public sector partners. To ensure we continue this investment, we have had to take tough decisions about some of our older estate, but we haven't shied away from that, even when the property decisions we inherited were not properly thought through. Disposals such as at Stibbington, Mill Road Library and soon-to-be Old Shire Hall have seen offers exceeding guide prices, bringing in more revenue to support our future estate to be sustainable and greener. Our rural farms, the largest holding of any local authority in the UK, continue to thrive. This estate includes the biodiversity net gain site at Lower Valley Farm that has created over 1,000 biodiversity units. This has significantly enhanced its ecological value. Our climate change and environmental strategy is driving our goal to use our estate to significantly increase the planting of hedgerows and trees across our estate in the next 5 years, all of which is contributing to our target to ensure the county is net neutral by 2045. At North Angle, this joint administration has fixed the legacy mess of the solar farm it inherited to ensure it is now producing energy to sell locally into the grid. We are applying the same strong financial grip with our commercial estate, which will take brave decisions to deal again with the weeds we inherited when we took on this administration. We've also looked to be innovative in how we repurpose our estate, with 3 former farm tenant buildings being converted to children's residential facilities to help manage our costs. But most importantly, mean those children cared for are closer to their support network and family. We have gripped our investment estate, taken the struggling estate we inherited and turned it around. As a result, now we no longer see that overrun garden. Now we are starting to see the flowers bud and a clear path to enjoying the serene environment. We have a lot more to do, but we are well positioned for local government reorganisation through our driving of the One Public Estate and partnership working. By voting for the budget today, you are voting for a well-run estate that everyone can enjoy and be part of.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goodliffe. I hope you've got a lovely speech too.
Thank you, Chair. In this budget, Children and Young People's Committee are addressing 2 things. 1, we recognise the need to reduce our overall spend in the coming financial years whilst not impacting the safety of frontline service delivery. And 2, we need to invest in services that need to grow to meet the increasing demand and complexity across our system. Financial pressures across children, education and family services locally, regionally and nationally have been growing, particularly in areas such as special educational needs and disabilities, home to school transport and children's social care placements. With austerity stripping out support around families, we have been and continue to undertake work to address each of these areas in Cambridgeshire against a backdrop of increasing demand and systemic failure in the national systems. We're saving to invest in our frontline delivery in the multi-agency safeguarding hub and assessment services to ensure that children's needs are identified and assessed as quickly as possible so that we can support where needed and intervene when necessary. £490,000 investment in MASH and the front door assessment will increase our capacity and ensure that we can meet children's needs at the earliest opportunity. We're investing in our special educational needs and disabilities services to create the capacity needed to enable all children in Cambridgeshire to have the opportunity to thrive. Investing £925,000 in services for children with SEND to continue to improve the quality and timeliness of assessments and plans. Whilst also working with the DfE to deliver enhanced resource bases in conjunction with our local schools, we await their SEND system changes to address the failure of the 2014 SEND reform, which has resulted in a system which, despite heroic efforts from staff, students and families, is not working and does not deliver good educational outcomes for many students. We welcome the changes signalled from the DfE regarding SEND system change and the Children's Schools and Wellbeing Bill. We will work closely with the DfE to implement changes as they become statute. A further £740 million nationally was announced for the high needs provision capital allocations, and we will work to ensure that Cambridgeshire sees as much investment as possible to support our children, young people and schools in the areas where it is most needed. We're rebuilding our own in-county local children's home provision through our residential strategy, which will bring children in care with the most complex needs back to Cambridgeshire, in Cambridgeshire County Council homes where we can better support them. Our residential strategy will see the creation of 2 children's homes in Cambridgeshire, which will enable more children to be cared for inside of their home county and get the right level of support from local services. There is an investment of £650,000 in this budget to support this development. And we're continuing to review our school transport arrangements to reduce the growing costs in this area. A saving of £833,000 will be made against our home to school transport and logistics. Following an independent review of our home to school and social care transport delivery, a programme of change will be developed to incorporate some of these recommendations and ensure that almost 13,000 children and young people can attend school safely every day. We're set to receive £1.58 million from the Children's Social Care Prevention Grant. This grant is for direct investment in additional prevention activity for children and families through the implementation of family help and child protection reforms. It will also allow us to deliver against the planned new legislative duty to offer family group decision-making meetings to all families at the pre-proceeding stage. Thanks to investment from the Public Health Grant, we've been able to continue to offer preventative services to children and young people at risk of entering the youth justice system for the first time. These services are having a positive impact on reducing the number of first-time entrants and are supporting children at risk of criminal exploitation, and it is essential we continue to work with partners on this key prevention programme. Ensuring that we support our most vulnerable families struggling with austerity and the cost of living crisis through the issuing of holiday school meal vouchers. Almost 24,000 children qualified for these in the recent Christmas holiday. We continue to feed feedback from this scheme about how vital these are and the difference that they make between being able to literally eat or not eat during school holidays, as well as assisting parents to be able to make healthier choices while shopping. I assume that we'll all be supporting this budget here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I did speak a little bit earlier about the work that we're doing on the Communities Committee, so I won't repeat all of that again, but I wanted just to start by thanking our officer team, also thanking the other members of the committee, particularly my Vice Chair, Councillor Bulat, Councillor Daunton, Liberal Democrat spokes, and Councillor Criswell, the Conservative spokes, all of whom make excellent contributions to our deliberations throughout the year. As we know, the County Council is committed to doing all it can to alleviate poverty and help address the pressures people are still experiencing through the cost of living crisis. And over the last year, we've distributed £7 million of the government's household support fund to support families who are struggling, including holiday food vouchers to more than 22,000 children. Since April 2024, our contract with the Citizens Advice Bureau has supported just under 3,000 people with advice to help them access all the benefits they're entitled to, financial and non-financial, resulting in an additional £1.7 million of income gained. That's an average of £633 per person. However, on the Communities Committee, we recognise that we need to do all we can to address the causes of poverty, not just to deal with the symptoms. That's why the Council commissioned an Independent Poverty Strategy Commission, which is bringing together various representatives with diverse views to lead the work and offer some solutions. Alongside this commitment to addressing poverty, we continue to prioritise the development of our library service. We're proud that we've retained all of our 33 libraries and our mobile service, which actually turned 60 years old earlier this year. The service received funding to develop the Every Space project in March Library, which opened in September, and for Central Library in Cambridge, where work is due to start this spring to create flexible spaces for community use for events and activities, including the provision of facilities and equipment that will enable services working directly with young people to meet with them in a fit-for-purpose space. The library service continues to receive funding to deliver the Library Presents, which is a rich cultural officer in the heart of our communities, and has worked successfully with colleagues in health to secure funding for confidential meeting pods, which will be installed in some of our libraries in the coming months. The continued investment for libraries in next year's budget, or this coming budget which we're voting on, which will help more libraries to have flexible and adaptable spaces where we can provide access to a wide range of council services. Work's already begun at Yaxley Library, with plans also approved for Ely and Cambridge Central Library, ahead of proposals which will come forward shortly for Huntingdon, Whittlesea and Rock Road. These developments are being carried out in collaboration with members of the Asset and Procurement Committee, as Councillor Hathorn outlined in her remarks just a moment ago, alongside the Council's Accommodation Investment Programme. This investment provides opportunities for Council colleagues to work from and meet residents in a location that's closer to our communities. Over the last 12 months, we've had a number of positives, which I'm particularly proud of. And I'll just run through some of those briefly. We secured funding from the Integrated Care System to host the High Impact User Service on behalf of the wider partnership, and mobilising the offer at pace. We received praise from NHS England for the Council's approach and work on achieving early outcomes. We approved the domestic abuse strategy, and we secured reaccreditation of the national white ribbon status, raising the profile and importance of ending violence against women and young people. We celebrate, as I said, 60 years of our mobile library service, which has visited over 400 different stops each month across the county. The registration service has performed just over 1,000 ceremonies in council rooms and just over 1,000 ceremonies in approved venues, alongside the introduction of bespoke ceremonies following a successful trial in early 2024. So I'm very proud of the work we've done, Chair, and again, thank colleagues for their contributions, and I'm proud to support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Our next speaker is Councillor Dupre, but we shall have to wait for 20 minutes before we hear the gems from her. So I'm adjourning the meeting until 3:30. Right, welcome back, everybody. If I could ask you to take your seats, and we will now hear from Councillor Dupre when she's not being harangued by Councillor Netzinger. Okay, not harangued.
To be brief, given the amount of time that has already elapsed, by far the most significant expenditure in the remit of the Environment and Green Investment Committee is the cost of waste disposal. Changes in regulatory requirements have increased this problem substantially, and the expensive, inflexible and long-term contract we inherited from the Conservatives is a serious hindrance. I'm grateful to officers for all their hard work this year, keeping their eye on this particular ball as it moves so very quickly and seeking to reduce the Council's financial exposure. This is also the year some of the Council's major energy schemes complete. We've worked with Council staff to bring these schemes home, which hasn't been easy considering their high level of risk and previous poor oversight. Under our administration, the Council has a much better understanding of how to manage projects of this type, and the energy team now leads the way on risk within the Council. We're looking ahead now to new work on community energy schemes, local area energy planning, and much more. We expect to receive our tree and woodland strategy and biodiversity strategy for approval at committee next month. We've contributed to some really important collaborative work on Cambridge's locally determined contribution to meeting national and global carbon targets. We've supported local flood groups and further developed our flood risk action plans. I would very much like to thank all officers responsible for working with members to bring all those things about. I'm very much in their debt. I welcome this business plan and budget, which will enable this work to continue, and I commend it to members.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. And finally, Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure everyone wants to hear more about highways today. I think it's important to realise how far we've come, though. 4 years ago, we inherited a networking crisis in managed decline, as publicly stated under the administration. Years of underinvestment, no permanent leadership, gullies left untouched and overgrowing, a maintenance contract with no real concern for quality, active travel team being disbanded, no transparent system for prioritising repairs, and an apparent bias towards Fenland. Years of Conservative rule have let us all down and left our country desperate, or a county desperate for change, and our country as well. The journey has had many curveballs thrown at us along the way. Quite apart from a central government who simply doesn't give us enough funding for maintaining our network, we've also had large, major railways coming to the area, severe weather, and of course, not forgetting the catastrophic inflation caused by Liz Truss and the Conservatives. It's easy to forget just how deep the hole was, but we are turning the tanker. Through careful budgeting, we've stopped the decline. Yes, we need central government to take responsibility and help us reverse the decades of damage done under the Conservatives. But for the first time in a long time, we actually have what we need to prevent further deterioration. And we're seeing the results. This year alone, we've delivered 400 different projects, a record amount of resurfacing, gully emptying and road lining. The number of potholes reaching intervention level has dropped from 63,000 in 2019-20 under the Conservatives to an estimated 52,000 this year. It's a sign of real progress. And a big thank you to our delivery teams and local highways officers, including my own, Andy, for their tireless work. We have a long, long way to go to bring our network back to the state that it needs to be, but we are making that progress. We are starting. But our work isn't just about fixing roads, it's about building a better future. Our first cohort of highways apprentices, Nathan, Alex, Ibrahim, Kieran and Harvey, are on track to complete their programme by January 2026. A massive well done to them and a thanks to Carol and the team for supporting them. We're also leading the way on sustainability. Most of our maintenance vehicles and plant now run on HVO or electric fuels, which is saving 80% in carbon emissions. We're increasing the use of recycled materials. Our cold-laid binders and footway treatments alone have cut carbon emissions by 40%. We're building on this using in-situ recycling and low-carbon cement to drive further carbon savings. In the country first, our Active Travel Network and Definitive Maps team have rolled out an active travel maintenance hierarchy. This sits alongside our traditional maintenance hierarchy for cars and allows us to target types of repairs effectively. Dan Grant and the rest of the team, thank you for your pioneering work. Transparency has been a key priority for us. Gone are the days where schemes got approved based on who you know. Under Barry Wiley's leadership, our asset team has introduced a cross-party transparent framework for prioritising maintenance, so residents know exactly why one scheme is prioritised over the other. And a thank you to Councillor Gardner and Councillor Sharp for sitting on the meetings agreeing that one. And our consents team has been at the forefront of managing large-scale projects. They worked over Christmas to finalise our response to East West Rail, so thank you for your dedication on that. There are too many teams to mention in highways. Over the last 4 years, our policy and regulations and parking teams have been working non-stop to keep up with all the work we've been delivering. From robots to 20 miles an hour to parking regulations. The silent heroes of our team are the street works teams, dealing with roughly double the number of permits, huge congestion troubles, and a legislative framework that severely limits their options. And our contracts team, which this year alone, well, in the last just over 12 months, has saved £3.7 million by holding our contractors to account on both price and quality, something which previous administrations just didn't do. Looking ahead, this year is pivotal. With our finances finally on steady ground, we can move from stabilising the network to rebuilding it. This administration's £20 million in additional capital investment gives us flexibility to expand frontline maintenance teams, improve drainage, increase LHIs, bus shelter repair, and enhance communications for all of us. The extra funding will enable us to rethink how we handle potholes, ensuring we deliver the best service possible. And for the long term, we will begin developing our future highways operating model, bringing some routine tasks back in-house to ensure the best value for every pound spent. Let's be clear, this progress was not inevitable. It took hard work, smart budgeting, and a real commitment to making things better. The Conservatives had years to fix these problems, and they failed. They chose neglect, they chose excuses, they chose decline. We choose action, and we are delivering.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. That completes the chairs of the Policy and Service Committees. I have two members who've already indicated they wish to speak. I would be grateful if other members who wish to speak indicate before Councillor Thompson has finished her speech. But first, we begin with Councillor Tierney.
Is it on? Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, first of all, I'm so tired of hearing, oh, the previous information, bore. Look, you've been in charge for 4 years. This administration's been in charge for 4 years. When you started in charge, we were still isolating in freezing cold halls because of COVID. You can't keep blaming the previous administration for your mess. The Highways Department has failed by any measure. Come on, it's failed. Just own it. And what is the next administration going to say? Just imagine by some miracle that you guys are still in charge. What are you going to say then? Oh, the mess we inherited from the same people last time. You can't keep using the same excuse. People just don't believe it anymore. My second is a bit of a question. I've got 3 remarks to make. This is the second. Bit of a question. Whose budget is this? Because as far as I understand, you haven't all, the Independents, the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats haven't all said they're standing in May under a joint banner and putting one candidate in each place, a Rainbow Alliance candidate. If that's not the case, whose budget is this? Each one of you, why is there not an independent budget amendment? Why is there not a Labour Party amendment? Why is there not a Lib Dem amendment? Because we know that after May, this council is going to look very different. We don't know in what respect. It could be another Rainbow Alliance, but it's certainly not going to be this one. So where are your budget amendments? You were very critical that the Conservatives, who I remind you are not in charge, didn't put in an amendment. Neither did any of you. Councillor Beckett's keen on calling people hypocrites. That's pure hypocrisy right there. None of you have done the work you say should have been done, as if you automatically assume the same group's going to be in charge after May, and it is not. The third point I'd like to make, I'm afraid, is a bit historic. I've stood here for a better part of 15 years on and off making this same point, and I will make it this possibly last time. And that is this. The reason I won't be supporting this budget isn't because I disagree with much of it, though I do. It's because of the council tax rise. Because the trouble with this eye-watering council tax rise is that you forget the people you hurt. It's easy to say, if we don't raise council tax, there'll be this effect, and this person will get hurt, and that person will get hurt. But what you always forget is all those people who are right on the breadline, not the poor people who are already getting subsidies or not paying council tax, but those people who are barely managing, of which there are thousands. Those people who are struggling to pay the bills, massive increases in energy bills, often due to your party's policies, massive increases across the board, some of which are Conservative based, I don't deny it. I'm talking about normal people who've been affected by the rising cost of living and just can't afford, year after year after year after year, your endless council tax rises. I know it's hard work to deliver the things that we want to deliver without a council tax rise. I know it's going to mean a lot of difficult choices, and I know that we are also on this side proposing additional spending. I accept all of that. I'm not saying it's easy. The trouble is, it's not easy for those people who have to pay the bills, and you never remember them. You couldn't care less about them. Those are the people I care about, and that's why I won't be supporting this budget or any budget that has any council tax rise if I'm re-elected ever again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. The 2025-26 budget for children, education and families represented a vital investment in the future of our young people, with 182.7 million allocated, including 16 million in additional funding. We are reinforcing key services such as looked after children, home to school transport and SEND provisions, as Councillor Goodliff stated earlier. I would like to just take this opportunity to thank all the officers for their hard work and Councillor Goodliff as the chair of the CYP. However, this investment comes at a time of serious national challenges. The demand for SEND support has soared. Education, health and care plans have increased by 70% since 2020, driving up costs in transport and autism services. Meanwhile, profiteering in the private care sector has led to a 42% rise in placement costs, forcing more children to live far from their communities. Another area under pressure is the Youth Offending Service, which was referred to earlier, which plays a crucial role in keeping young people away from crime. Government funding cuts threaten this service, but we fought to protect it because we know that prevention is key. Without early intervention, more young people would be drawn into the justice system, leading to worse outcomes for them and greater costs for society. This budget strengthens early safeguarding, increases local residential capacity for children in care, and improves centre support in mainstream schools. It focuses on prevention, intervention, and bringing services closer to communities. But let's be clear, councils cannot continue to bear these pressures alone. We need real national reform, sustainable funding, and policies that put children first. Despite the challenges, we remain committed to ensure that young people in Cambridgeshire get the support they need. We will continue to stand by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Before I call Councillor Dr. Bulat, is there anybody else who wishes to be added to the list of speakers for this item? Councillor Dr. Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. On this business about why does Labour or the independent group don't bring amendments, the clue is in the name of the joint administration. There's actually a joint administration agreement, including agreeing a budget, and we need to have a balanced budget for the council by law as well. So I think maybe like there'll be some reading necessary on the joint administration agreement back in 2021. So just to clarify that, we also had criticism earlier on in the debate that we're not enthusiastic enough in our speeches. And I have to say, I'm very enthusiastic about the work on the Communities Committee, and I'm sure we have heard already and we'll hear more from colleagues who are very enthusiastic and championing the work on their committees as well, including cross-party work, because I have to say on communities we work very well cross-party, and I think all the spokes have been enthusiastic and championing the work on the Communities Committee. One statistic, 1 in 6 children in the county live in poverty, and in some areas this is as high as 1 in 3. And this, of course, disproportionately affects younger families, migrants, disabled people, and larger families. So we really need the government to focus on this area to remove the social mobility cold spots in the country. And that's why I'm really, really proud that on the Communities Committee, we are making longer-term investments that actually address some of the structural inequalities we have in the county. The 2.2 million in anti-poverty strategy and action plan, the 1.3 million in our libraries. I will focus on what we're doing locally, especially on prevention and on that long-term effect, because indeed the government renewed the Household Support Fund, which is very welcome. Over 7 million we heard being distributed from the Household Support Funds to individuals and families last year. But once again, this is a short-term grant, and we have to address the root causes of poverty and inequality, and therefore addressing the #1 concern of residents in our Cambridgeshire County area, which is the cost of living. So we must think strategically and long term. We do need multi-year settlements for councils from government to enable actually planning beyond this immediate yearly budget cycle and actually prioritize more preventative work. And while welcome those grants that renew or not every 6 months, do not provide the certainty our communities need and indeed our staff need in the council as well. However, despite the challenging financial pressures, we have continued and also progressed new ways to think long-term about those issues, and I will highlight very briefly 3 of them. The income maximization work that Councillor Sanderson touched on, this is really welcome, and that's something that I think must continue regardless of the administration after May. The closer to communities work from the pilot projects, but also I also want to mention the Cambridgeshire Priorities Capital Fund that supported a range of projects from the Olive Academies, gym facilities, to solar energy systems at Upwood Village Hall, for example, to improving the cooking facilities at the Commemoration Hall in Huntington. All those projects and many more support our communities day to day at the very local level. And third, our poverty strategy, which recognizes the need to address the root causes. It's an independent commission bringing together representatives from a wide range of sectors, and most importantly to me, it actually draws on evidence from people who actually have experienced poverty, and having that lived experience shaping our policies is really, really important going forward to be able to make sound decisions on how we are able to allocate this investment in the months to come. And the approach of the Commission, I have to say, is groundbreaking for Cambridgeshire and the way that we're doing policies, and I'm really, really proud of that work. And finally, on libraries, I'm really proud to say that the registration services as well as our library service are the highest performing in the quality of life survey. And I am glad to see many more residents signing up for a library card and enjoying those services. So I am very enthusiastic and very proud of the work on communities, celebrating 40 years of our mobile libraries serving our villages, being reaccredited for white ribbon status, with new ambassadors joining across the council. Our work on libraries of sanctuary as well, welcoming new communities, the Cambridgeshire skills performance, to name just a few of those services. So thank you to all committee members who worked cross-party on this, officers for their hard work, and I hope you can support this budget enthusiastically as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Bulett. Councillor Dr. Seif.
Thank you, Chair. In his introductory remarks on the substantive motion to approve the budget, and before the members of the party opposite decided to take a leaf out of the books of a certain eccentric politician on the other side of the Atlantic and flooded the zone with their amendments, Councillor Count asserted, and Councillor Tierney alluded to, the fact that, or alleged, that this administration had wasted money and wasted opportunities, and that only his party could be trusted to ensure efficiency and look after taxpayers' funds. Now, I'm not sure that this can be said to be true. And you've heard all the very good examples of the achievements that the various committees have made over these, certainly past few years, and the cost savings that have been achieved. But I'm going to give you a small example of something I was personally involved in, and which not many members of this committee will know about. Shortly after I was elected to this chamber about 2 years ago, I had cause to inquire into the spending of some Section 106 funds that were due to be paid by a developer on certain triggers which should have been realised in 2016-17. The investigation by officers led to the discovery that, under the watch of the previous administration, the system for monitoring developer obligations was, to say the least, rudimentary and unreliable, and that in the instance in which I was interested, a substantial sum, in the order of £1 million, not inconsequential, was not accounted for and remained uncollected. Following an internal audit, the governance of Section 106 and CIL and the accounting control system related to it has been improved, and the funds in question were recovered just a few weeks ago. There are residual risks, and there may be other uncollected sums, and I believe that and hope that a deep dive investigation is in progress at the moment. Now, this is an example only, but I think it illustrates that this administration is as concerned about value for money and financial probity as any responsible councillor should be, and that residents across the county can be assured that in setting our budget, we aim to meet our statutory duties and act in what we deem to be the best interests with the council tax that we are legally able to raise and the amounts available. All budgets are, to a certain extent, estimates and compromises, as we have all got different priorities. I personally would have liked to see more discretionary spending on preventative health care and the initiatives that go with that. but I would urge members to accept the budget before us as a very reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's not a surprise that the opposition chose highways projects. Our public highways matter to people. They also matter to industries and jobs and leisure and education and connecting us all to each other. So I thank the Council for the budget, and I would also like to ask members to support it. I would also like to thank the members of the Highways and Transport Committee for passing our budget earlier on. This has been a particularly productive year. It is great to see the number of outstanding potholes fall. We have kept our nerve and continue to invest in proactive treatments. It is way better to stop potholes before they happen. And as we catch up, claw our way back to a properly proactive, maintained highways infrastructure that we can all be proud of again, I want to thank our wonderful officers and teams. As was mentioned so far this year, over 400 capital maintenance schemes alone have been delivered. These are structures, roads, drainage, paths, and signals. Currently, we have teams on the B1093 Bennock Road in Whittlesea, the B1381 Chain Causeway. We have teams in Ramsey, Caxton, Carlton Way, and King's Hedges, also on signals. A number of strategic projects have been completed. March, Broad Street, Swaffham Heath, Crossroads, St. Neots Market Square, very nearly there. Lots of local highways improvement, and this year we have invested more so that we can deliver more. This year, in addition to the clear capital prioritization process that we've been talking about, we've created the active travel hierarchy, active travel toolkit. The new asset management system is coming online, and we're looking to design a new system for procuring roadworks. Waiting for the asset to fail is clearly a false economy. So we made it a priority to stop the accumulative damage, destructive and ultimately extremely expensive managed decline policy that we inherited. We've stabilized and began the long road to recovery. Our LED replacement program will eventually save the equivalent of the electricity consumption of 2,300 homes a year. The county sits at the nexus of some of the most exciting developments for the UK's future economy. The Innovation Corridor, the English Economic Heartland, and the Oxfam Arc, and all of these are dependent on and underpinned by a broad selection of transport options. More of our people will benefit from being better connected within Cambridgeshire. Tackling transport inequality and poverty across our area is not only a moral imperative, it also makes good economic and community wealth building sense. So once again, I would like to thank the Council for the continuing support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll move on to highways, as you'd expect, first issue. So the one thing I'd like to say is when you pass your budget, which I'm going to be voting against, is perhaps you heard today some of the concerns I have about the matrix that you think is fair. And we heard from the back of the room that, is it right to penalise somebody because they're near an old age person's home? Is it right to penalise them because they're busy because they've got a commercial centre? Is it right to penalise them if they're near a busy junction? And taking the reverse of what I was saying was in the matrix as being the sort of what is the right way to go forward. No, I ask that you look at it, not because you reverse everything that I mentioned, but the fact is, if you get into an urban area, you have all of those, and it was only necessary to knock us back once, not put 24 nails into the coffin to ensure that we never get anything. And that's the problem with the matrix at the moment. If you step back and look at it strategically and think to yourself, is this fair to the county? You have so many repeat weightings that favour certain areas that it makes it inherently unfair. That's nothing we can fix today, but I do hope that when you go to the next, whoever forms the next administration, they take that comment seriously and walk away and look at it. In regards to highways maintenance, I do completely agree with Councillor Shayla and other people that spoke today. It's important not to look at this through the end of how many potholes can repair, but how many can we prevent from getting to the pothole stage, which is such a shame today because we had £8.1 million that could have been allocated in certain ways, and the very last amendment suggested £6.7 million go to structural carriageway repairs. Now, I know Councillor Beckett has reassured everybody and said, oh, Steve Count, he's not saying the right things there, and I can assure everybody it's going to highways maintenance. But that reassurance, everything is going to highways and maintenance, disagrees with the H&T recommendation, which we abstained on, the Conservative Group abstained on. It went through to SRMP. It's in the published papers. It's even in a press release that Councillor Beckett himself is part of. And it prioritises things like bus shelters and trees and lots of things with only one carriageway item being on the list. So that's going to the March committee, and that'll be a cross-party thing. I know we don't have the votes in March, but I hope that the other members on that committee listen to what was said today and try and get the majority of that £8.1 million to repair our roads. Because whether you agree with the Conservatives handling the finances best or not, I can tell you from today's debate, what we are doing is listening to our residents better. And you have the evidence in your quality of life survey. The one thing that the public are telling you is far, far from adequate is the quality of the roads and the pavements, that they need fixing. And all those successful and wonderful things that you've revealed to us about all the spends over and above statutory duties you're doing are not your residents' priorities. Your residents' priority told you it was roads, but you've decided to spend it on all these other, and I can't disagree with them, wonderful things, but they're your priorities, not the public's priorities. I wish Councillor Netzinger well in the fair funding bidding, because the Labour government has already announced that councils such as us will be at the back end of the queue, and we will be penalised. We know we'll be penalised. They're already doing it because what they give with one hand, they take away with the other. £5 million the employers' rise national insurance contributions cost us. It was 8.1 million gross, 3.1 refunded. So that means that cost the Cambridgeshire taxpayer £5 million for the national employers' contribution. Now, when the leader of the government goes out and says no working person will be affected by this, I'm sorry, but you've just put 1.24% on the council tax bill just to pay for that alone. And I hope that Liberal Democrats will unite with me in the recognition of that, because that is a wholly owned Labour cost to this council. There wasn't much said about local government reform coming up, but I do look forward to that. And I do wonder what will happen. We know that Cambridge City and South Cambs have lost their 5-year land supply. I do wonder if after LGR, maybe people doing 5 days work for a 5-day week will actually be able to get enough plans through in time to actually not lose their supply. 7 seconds. I wish everybody well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just wanted to touch on 1 or 2 points that have been raised. Yes, there might have been gullies not cleared or quality of repairs not that good on highways when we came in, but I'm still getting gullies are not cleared, that they don't seem to have been done even under the 2-year cycle. White lining, I had one of the 3 junctions I mentioned where I had 2 serious crashes. The parish clerk emailed the LHO and said, you know, we need that done. Oh, it's on a 3-year programme. I then jumped up and down and said, we've had 2 serious crashes there. It got done. That shouldn't be the way it happened. And qualities for repairs. Whilst I was driving here today, I had a call from a resident from one of my roads where we got a number of potholes repaired end of last summer, August, September. They're reappearing again. We've got the same problem in that particular area, so quality is not great. And the other thing I just wanted to touch on in terms of detail on the budget is, and I've raised this for the last 2 years in Children and Young People's Committee, around the home to school transport mainly. I won't touch too much on children in care, but the home to school transport. January last year, the director said we've got savings in place, we've got a scheme in place to reduce the costs. Unfortunately, and my comment to them was, I wish you well, but I don't think you'll achieve it. And sadly, I've been proved right. And again, this year, I look at the budget, and again, if I look at the budget compared to what we've actually spent, it's a lot more spent. I know it's a difficult area. I understand that. It's not an easy challenge. And looking at Bryony, I know it's, sorry, through you, Chair. I know it's not an easy subject, but we just need to be, in some ways, honest with the budget that we've got a pressure there that we cannot reduce that much, rather than pushing it in, as I think Councillor Count mentioned, with the 4 million reserving savings, which presumably some of that will be used by that. But we just need to look at some of these costs that are really, really difficult to manage because of the pressure we're facing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I, despite having closed the list, have 3 members who have indicated they want to speak in addition. I have no wish to curtail debate, so I'm going to take those 3 members, and we will then finish with Councillor Moschini, who ever such a long time ago reserved her right to speak, and finally Councillor Netzinger. So, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't think you'd noticed me. I really just wanted to say, and it'll be very brief, but when members are voting, they should look at these figures and realise this is tax-paid money that's being paid. Many people have paid 20 or 40 or even 45, and just because someone lives in a larger house, as some do, some particularly elderly widows and widowers, where they have a large house, but they don't have much income. This is every penny we take, we should think very, very carefully about. And we should really realise that it's net cash paid, and the figures we've got here are only part of the picture for what everybody pays. And I have to say, I'm very proud to come from East Cambs, where we don't put up the council tax. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hoy.
Yeah, I was going to say similar to Councillor Hunt in the sense that I think we do always forget, we talk about people in poverty, but we always forget about those people who are just about managing. And there's a lot of elderly residents in my division who I speak to who are really struggling. Energy prices are increasing. I know people like to blame the war in Ukraine, conveniently forgetting this push to green energy, which again, BP are pulling out of today because it's not making profit. That is massively impacting on energy bills. We've got massive impact on council tax as we keep raising it every year. And people are really starting to struggle. And then when they had their winter fuel allowance taken away from them as well, £300 is a lot of money for people to lose. And so people are really struggling, and we have to make these decisions. You know, we can't take these decisions lightly. Now, I also understand that upper tier authorities also are in a difficult position. I understand that there are these pressures on social care, and we can't always manage those. We don't know who's going to come in through the door, so it is very difficult, whereas perhaps districts do have a little bit of an easier ride of it. So I do think it would be interesting with local government reform. And there was just something that I picked up on that Councillor Seif mentioned about the 106. There is actually currently nearly £1 million of 106 contributions unspent for education. And it's very disappointing because the special educational needs school in March has been delayed, and we were told it's been delayed because Medigate as well in Wisbech wanted to expand, and we were told that couldn't expand because the SEND school in March was going to be built, but that's been delayed. And so we've basically got close to £1 million now of unspent 106 money for education in Fenland, and we are being told that we can't have any new schools, any new school expansions. So I very much hope, obviously I don't expect any kind of answers today because I know I've just raised this, but I would appreciate if people could look into this because we need these places urgently for local children.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy, and Councillor Dr. van der Ven.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think we need to acknowledge for adult social care and public health that COVID recovery and the altered landscape that it has given us have been a huge part, a really big deal of the work set out for us at the beginning of this administration. It would be remiss not to thank our fantastic team of officers throughout this administration for enabling us to do the work that has been done. And I would extend that thanks to everyone on the committee. It has been a very productive 4 years and a very enjoyable thing to work together. Neighborhood work is really becoming underway now, and I think that's a big achievement. It will grow, it will be built upon. That allows prevention in many forms. I would like to pay tribute to the officers who had the vision for Care Together, the Caremaker enterprises, which have proliferated in all 5 of our districts. Please look them up. They're in your neighborhood. Thank you to the officers. It's really taking off. And finally, Councillor Howitt rightly referenced the strengthening of the care profession. That is, you can't put a price on that. It's so important. It's in much better shape than it was. And finally, I would like to pay sincere tribute to the joint administration. It's probably not going to appear on a single leaflet, but I think that the debate that we've had, the differences of opinion, the new perspectives coming from all corners has actually been a generator of ideas. It has produced maybe better ideas. Nobody has all the answers. So I would really like to thank Councillor Howitt and all colleagues in the joint administration. I'm very proud to have been part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you very much, Chair. A speech in 2 halves. Let me see if I can do it. There's quite a few speeches from the opposition recently, starting with Councillor Tierney, ending with the last few that spoke before Susan, all around the same theme. I have absolutely no doubt that Councillor Tierney, Councillor Count, everybody believes honestly that they would like to raise council tax by 0%. I believe that. They have had 4 years to show us how to do it, how to make the numbers add up. They all have the same access to the same spreadsheets. They have now wasted 4 years of showing us how exactly to do it. And there's always a new excuse. And this year, oh my God, we're not even going to propose a budget amendment at all. I have to register my absolute disgust of the way that this went. They've all been councillors longer than I have. I've only led my group for the last 5 years. I have never, ever, ever contemplated not putting forward a budget amendment. And you can quote me on that. And to decide how to spend public money is the first job that you have when you are elected. If you can't even do that, there's no point to you. What else? Thank you very much to everyone. Change the tone now. Gonna become happy now. I cannot possibly say anything about how amazing it has been to work with the joint administration. Thank you so much to all my colleagues. I wish every single group leader in this room could say the same that I can say, which is that I have a very, very supportive group of people who all put the weight in, and you can see the result in front of you. It is extremely important to recognise that in setting this business plan and the budget for the County Council, we do more than simply approving a series of financial decisions. This is about how we put our vision into practice, greener, fairer, more caring. There is always more work to do. There have been a few little discussions about LGR. We must not let that be a distraction. Running this council should take precedence over arguing in circles about what councils will succeed this one. I do wish the new government well with the devolution agenda. Giving more power, more efficiently, more locally is the right thing to do. Still, a lot of work for us to do before that happens. After more than a decade of sustained austerity measures and successive economic failures caused by the Conservative government, with this new government we can turn at least a new leaf. But the work has only started. We have a firmer commitment to a fairer funding formula for Cambridgeshire than we have ever had before from any government, but judgment is rightly withheld until we can see it actually happen. Last year, I expressed a wish that for this administration's final budget, the local government settlement would be signed by somebody other than Michael Gove. I did get my wish, as did the country. We're all very happy about that. There are operators out there who are determined that only anger, despair, and rage should be expressed. But there is also hope. We need to lead by example and good stewardship. So look at what we're doing, and thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I also want to reiterate thanks to officers and to the Joint Administration councillors for the massive amount of patient, difficult work produced to balance a budget and managing the risks and challenges for the future that we face. Colleagues across the joint administration have worked together, listening to the priorities of Cambridgeshire residents and thinking about long-term investments needed for the future of our county. I'm really proud of the unity of the joint administration, and it is telling that 3 political groups of this administration were able to come together to deliver sound finances for our residents. And in a way, it seems the members of the Conservative group were not. Councillor Count has talked about our priorities in this budget, and he is right. This budget does reflect our joint administration priorities, including £56 million for highways. We will never know what the Conservative priorities are, as they didn't bother to do the work to make any choices. They just put forward a wish list. We could all do that, but it is not going to help our residents in any way. This council provides critical services for the most vulnerable residents in our communities. I'm proud that as leader of this administration, I'm able to bring forward a budget which not only includes massive investment in our highways, but also includes new investments to improve our ability to support looked after children and retains the key investment in youth justice to prevent young people in danger of being drawn into criminal behaviour from following that path. This investment in particular is likely to lead to huge savings for the public purse in the long term, and it was very much a key political choice by joint administration members who are truly committed to keeping more of our young people safe and giving them the opportunities to thrive. I'm not clear whether the Conservative group have even noticed this investment, which shows just how little care they have shown both for the actual financial position of the council or for our more vulnerable residents. So thank you so much to all members of the joint administration who have worked really hard to agree these priorities, to our officers who have worked tirelessly to estimate spending accurately and balance future risk against current needs. And to the residents of Cambridgeshire, we know times are tough, and members of this side of the chamber have worked very hard together to deliver better services as efficiently as possible. And we will continue to do so for a greener, fairer and more caring Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Netzinger. I will now take a vote on the motion. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the motion? Mrs. Rowe, could you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 30 votes in favour, 13 against and no abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes the debate on the proposed business plan for 2025 to 30. We move on to next item 8, which is recommendations to full council from the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee, Treasury Management Quarter 2 Update 2024-25, which was discussed by the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee on the 17th of December 2024, which is about when my man flu started. Can I ask the Chair of the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee, Councillor Netzinger, to move that the recommendation set out on page 3 of the Council agenda be adopted, and ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Moschini, to second. Councillor Netzinger.
I so move.
And I so second.
And are you reserving your right to speak? Is anybody giving a speech on this item at all?
Yes, but I don't really intend to use it.
Fair enough. Right. Who wishes to contribute to this item? Nobody? Councillor Moschini?
Thank you, Chair. All good.
There seems to be general consensus in support of the recommendation. If anybody disagrees, please raise your hand. I see no objections. We will take the recommendations as carried. We move on to item number 9, which is the Constitution and Ethics Committee recommendations. The proposed changes to the Constitution can be found on page 60 of your agenda. I'm going to ask the Vice Chair, as Chair of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, to move that the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and I will second the recommendations as the Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to propose the recommendations A, B and C as per the agenda. Thank you very much.
Do you wish to speak for up to 5 minutes?
I will do a quick brief run through. There was a working group, a cross-party working group that was pulled together on this that made the recommendations to the group that the committee that met on the 11th of February. There was general consensus across the group that we would adopt those, recommend that the council should adopt those amendments, which basically were more of a tidying up exercise to codify what our existing rules and regulations said. So the constitution became, rather than a massive change, it became more clear. So that's the idea of this. And other than, I think there was one recommendation that we had from one member who asked for a tracking system to be put on for the amendments, which I think has now been provided. Everyone was quite happy with that, and the recommendation came from the committee unanimously that it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have anything they wish to add to this debate? No, I see there seems to be general consensus and support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, please raise your hand. No, so I will take that as carried. We move on to agenda item 10A, as set out in the agenda, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, an overview and scrutiny committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1, although that, of course, might have all changed, Council procedure rules of the Council's constitution. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the Council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointees to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to the decisions of the Combined Authority Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committee, as set out in the generic report provided. This summarises the decisions made by the Combined Authority's formal committees and is included on page 70. Please, can you raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, the Council's appointee on the board? You will have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary, with up to a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. And the maximum time spent on this item will be 20 minutes. Councillor Dr. Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask a question on the Combined Authority. So I welcome the Mayor's decision last week to progress with franchising following the recommendations from the Transport Committee as well as the CPCA Board following that. But I'm concerned that the last 7 routes that were supposed to be subsidized by the mayoral preset under the plan for bus improvements are delayed, and this included a range of routes, including the Express Cambridge to Huntington, the SOM to Cambridge, for example, and a number of important routes for our county. While I welcome the mayor freezing the preset, in a way recognizing those delays, I am concerned that we do have a system at the moment whereby operators could pull out last minute, therefore making communities lose out in the process. And I heard very mixed messages on this situation. So my question is, do you think does the leader think the situation would be avoided or be any different within a franchise system? And when do we expect those last 7 routes to be operational, if we have a timeline on that? Thank you.
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you very much for the question. So I think there has been considerable frustration, not to say rage, about the way in which Stagecoach have behaved over the bidding for those routes, and then expecting that they would be able to bid at one level and get a much higher value for the contract when it actually happened. And that is an outrageous way for them to have behaved. It is also deeply frustrating. In terms of when those routes are likely to be on the roads, I think May is probably the nearest that it's going to be. The franchising process will take much longer than that, but it will in the end mean that we are not left at the mercy of commercial providers behaving in a deeply unpractical and possibly unethical manner in the way that happened. So it will improve that in the longer term. It will not make a short-term improvement to the speed with which those routes are able to come forward. And I know just how many people are very, very much looking forward to having those buses on the roads. Thank you.
Councillor Dr. Bulat, do you have a supplementary?
Just to say thank you. I think it's very important we have this on the public record, especially seeing some of the misinformation circulated as we approach election time. Thank you.
Anything to add?
I just want to echo the point that Councillor Bulat has said about the fact that there is a great deal of misinformation out there and on this topic, but also on a number of others. And the more people can try and make sure they get their information from reliable sources, the better that will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to inquire about currently on the busways, you know, we have a crisis. We don't have buses. The buses are really full. One of the biggest complaints that I get is that Stagecoach does not open its middle doors, which is really interesting because that would help with the flow through and the onboarding and the tiger passes and everything else. It's something I keep on raising, but I get nowhere with. I'm hoping, you know, situations like this could improve with the bus franchising, but I'm hoping in the meanwhile, if that's something that CPCA could pick up, you know, little things do matter for our residents, and it might be a health and safety issue, but I'm not quite sure the problems that they have raised in the past, that they can't open all the doors at all the bus stops because there isn't enough pavement, but on the busway this is not the
Councillor
case.
Thompson, this
Thank
isn't
you.
strictly speaking a matter for the combined authority, but I'm sure Councillor Netzinger will have some positive comments to make.
Thank you. I think that it probably would be possible to make it so that when the contracts for franchising are put forward, they require particular mechanisms and ways of working. I really hope that when we come to working with bus operators over franchising, it will not be necessary to write every little detail into those contracts, because we will be able to have a collaborative relationship with the bus providers and bus companies in our area to try and build a really successful integrated transport system. I think that's what everybody in the area would like and is working towards. We don't seem to have that relationship at the moment, and that's frustrating. But I think it's worth working towards. I think the County Council itself has a role to play in that as the owner of some of those strategic assets. And I think we need to work closely with the Combined Authority now that that franchising decision has been made, to make sure that we are using our assets as effectively as possible in a way that enables the Combined Authority and the county to work together to support that kind of integrated transport, which will be of great benefit to our residents. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, no. Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody else have a question for Councillor Netzinger? No, in which case, can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillors Bradnam and Goldsack, the Council's appointees to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Again, you have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary, with up to a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. Councillor Count, to whom would you like to address your question? Councillor Goldsack or Councillor Bradnam?
Councillor Goldsack, and if there's any time left, perhaps you'll allow Councillor Bradnam to add in, but I'll address it to Councillor Goldsack if you like. My question is, just a moment ago we heard Councillor Netzinger being asked about the problems with the procurement of the bus services and the missing ones, and my area is affected by one of those, and the blame was laid fairly squarely on the shoulders of Stagecoach. So I'd like to ask Councillor Mark Goldsack, as a member of the ONS committee, does the ONS committee share the view of Councillor Netzinger that Stagecoach is the only person to blame, or is there anything going on to actually get to the bottom of what's gone wrong? Thank you.
Councillor Goldsack, if you'd like to answer the question in relation to the meetings that have taken place.
Thank you. Yeah, in relation to the question asked by Dr. Boulat of the leader, I nearly came in then, but thanks for Steve for asking the question. On behalf of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, we have voted for a full review of bus procurement methods, because whilst I am in agreement with the Councillor Netzinger of the situation of Stagecoach's behaviour, there is firm belief at the ONS committee that that's not the only issue here. I can share one example with you. It is alleged by another bus company, a smaller bus company, that they weren't allowed to bid for this because the service had to be provided using brand spanking new buses, which actually precludes the bidding of many of the existing bus companies, because they haven't got the cash to go and buy brand spanking new bus companies for small one-off services. So we've got a full inquiry from the ONS, details of which will come out at the next meeting, to have a look at the whole aspect of bus procurement, which is, I must say, has been welcomed by the CPCA officers in terms of what it may uncover and find. And I'm hoping we uncover and find some improvements for the next round for the franchising exercise.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Bradnam, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Thank you, Chair. I just
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack, for giving a very good summary of what was said at the last meeting. And just to be clear that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee has a very clear remit to improve the quality of papers going forward to the board. And I think we've been doing that. It's also notable that the best value notice that had been applied to the combined authority has now been lifted. And that's partly due to the hard work that's gone into a much stronger monitoring and oversight capacity at the combined authority. And yes, absolutely, we're looking at all of the aspects of improving bus service delivery. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cant, did you have a supplementary? Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much both for your responses. Just, you know, one of the things you may want to check out is the other rumour circulating that an insistence on double-decker buses when one of the routes go under a single-decker bridge. I mean, you know, who could make these things up? But that's what I'm being told. But I also like to add, from my particular area, Christchurch is lacking a service because of this. But when Christchurch found out, nobody discussed anything with them. A whole parish council was left out of the discussions of you're going to get a service. And I know it's the same, I believe, in Isleham, who Councillor Goldsack represents. And we discovered that actually, you know, that their desire was a bus to Upwell, which is in a neighbouring county. But when they asked the combined authority to actually speak to them after this franchise had failed to materialise for a bus service that wasn't their priority, but a priority of the Met, they were told, no, it doesn't work outside. And I'd ask that if you're going to improve the procurement, to look at that as well. Talk to your parishes, talk to your residents before deciding what's good for them. And then if it does fall outside the county, see how you can make it happen, not dismiss it because it's an inconvenient truth.
Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Cant. Councillor Goldsack, did you want to add anything to that?
I'm afraid I'll come back very quickly, and that is to say that part of the remit is cross-border, cross-county border bus supply, because it affects every border of Cambridgeshire. So that's Bedfordshire, Northamptonshire, Suffolk, Norfolk, etc., Lincolnshire. So that is part of the remit of the investigation that will be undertaken.
I shall look forward to reading it, as my parishes border both Hertfordshire and Bedfordshire. Councillor Bradnam, did you have anything further to add?
Councillor Goldsack has covered it very thoroughly, but certainly cross-border transport links are being considered because it's recognised we do not live in isolation, and necessarily public transport needs to go between our counties. Thank you.
Splendid. Any other questions for the ONS representatives? No, in which case we move on to the next item, which is written questions, and we haven't had any, so that concludes our business for the day. Have a very safe journey. Thank you very much, everybody, for your contributions.